Jury is not present. Parties informed me they had some arguments to make prior to the jury being brought in, and so we'll get started on that at this time. Are y'all?
They've got some witnesses in the courtroom in the verdict. They don't think it was intentional.
All right, make sure you don't have any witnesses in the courtroom. Since I don't know who they are, I can't help you. If you've been subpoenaed to be in the, as a witness in this case, you'll need to leave the courtroom. And, all right.
Okay. Any witnesses here in the courtroom that have been subpoenaed to come? All right, thank you. Your Honor.
Before we start, Your Honor, the state had some matters they wanted to bring up here before we got started. I believe it was yesterday. Defense provided a jump drive that contained more than 1,000 pages of a report, modified report from their expert. I think it's late for providing that kind of information, especially in that
What
volume.
type of expert are we talking about?
It's the digital media expert, forensic expert on computers and digital media. And if you recall, Your Honor, we had the state had requested notice to an expert for the state. We had a hearing on that in Ripley, and we had provided a one page, basically a page and a half of what she was going to testify to. That was in that hearing in Tippah County. The court said it was, too close to the trial.
It was Tuesday of last week, Tuesday morning of last week, the state
November 5th or 6th, I believe, and provided an opinion that she was going to.
The substance for testimony was provided Tuesday morning of last week, anyway, Tuesday before Thanksgiving.
About a page and a half.
Your Honor, in response, I represent to the court, I think in our fourth supplemental discovery response, I believe we identified Mr. Coker as a witness almost a month and a half ago. And as the court recalls, I made some arguments previously about the fact that due to the late discovery getting the computers, we were in, or the computers from the Detective Baker, we were scrambling to get an expert. We got the expert, and then of course it's a lot of documents, a lot of things we have to look through, and he's basically going to provide a report to them in a condensed version.
Going to right now, have you got a report other than 1,000-page report?
140-page report.
140-page report.
That was provided some time ago, I believe. The first report was provided sometime in, I think the Friday before we went to Rick.
No, that was provided the day after the hearing. The 143-page report was provided the next day. Someone from their office came late that afternoon to the DA's office and hand delivered it to me on that Tuesday.
Not, regardless of that, Your Honor, he was disclosed some time ago as to being an expert.
I don't know if I'm going to deal with this issue right now before the jury comes in, but I'm going to want to know what was disclosed when the disclosure was made. The disclosure on the state's witness, the disclosure, I believe it made on state expert made on November 6th, that they were going to be testifying, and it really wasn't much of a disclosure until a substantive report was not provided until substantive testimony until Tuesday before the trial started on Monday. We got a jury sitting back there. I want to be figuring out what was disclosed to the state when. Y'all be thinking about that, and then we'll deal with the issue that you've got, which is more pertinent to today's testimony.
We'll also provide to the court the time frame in which we got the information to send to the expert, which I think.
Y'all be getting on that, but that's not, I don't have to make a ruling on that matter to deal with our testimony we're dealing with today, and I may have some time this weekend for us to study on that. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Crickmore.
Your Honor, the other matter is Jeremy Rainey asked the clerk to see what subpoenas have been issued by the defense. And the deputy clerk printed out a series of documents that I would like to have marked for identification, just for purposes of this.
You can mark anything for identification anyway. Let me get to where I'm at. That's going to be S-43, is that right? Ricky, if you would tell the jury, that we promise we're out here working, but we're going to be a little while, okay?
Here's a number of subpoenas that were issued back in August, I believe August 15th of this year, in blank. Since then, we've had several officers that have been served with subpoenas from the defense that appear to be from that type of a batch.
Let me say this. I'm going to ask this. Has the defense provided the witness list?
We have.
Is there anybody was anybody served with a subpoena that's not on the witness list?
I don't know, Your Honor.
I don't either.
I think maybe one or two.
Well, let's find. Well,
Hold on
okay. And then that could be some rebuttal evidence or something. But well, you want, I don't know about rebuttal on the defense part.
That's what.
Yeah, go ahead.
We supplemented discovery with a number of witnesses. Every time we've done supplementary responses to witnesses, my understanding is the court's ruling that, correct me if I'm wrong, that providing the discovery list to us the night before trial was not a discovery violation, nor was there a discovery violation in providing the list on 11/21 of this year. So it's the ruling of the court that the state doesn't have to provide a discovery list of the discovery violation, and the defense does.
I hadn't ruled anything.
I understand.
I haven't ruled anything. I have cited it. We're deep enough into this trial that if you're going to call a witness, the other side need to know who it is.
Some of those witnesses, I don't know until they get done. Everybody that we have subpoenaed or issued subpoena for, other than those listed on our discovery, is in the 22,000 pages of the discovery that they provided us. Fair enough?
No. Even though it may be late, the state has provided you with the witness list, even though it's late. And I expect the same out of the defense. If you've got somebody suspended that you expect to be called as a witness in this matter, the state needs to know who that witness is.
I represent to the court that everybody that we've issued subpoenas for at this time was on our discovery. I cannot represent to the court until such time as the state moves forward with their case. I may, as soon as I know that this witness is off of my list, I'll provide it to them once I issue a subpoena for them. But I don't anticipate that being the case.
Once you,
We've supplemented our discovery with witnesses 5 times prior to the commencement of the trial in an effort to comply with the rule. We thought complying with the rule. The first one we got was a week before trial.
I don't want to interrupt, but I don't think the rule allows for the circuit court to issue subpoenas in blank and a cache of subpoenas to a lawyer that they can just write whoever they want to.
You better read the rule.
I think it probably in the new rules don't even require the clerk to issue subpoena, issue the subpoenas that the attorney, at least in civil proceedings, that I don't know if that applies to criminal proceedings or not. The attorneys are authorized to issue their own subpoenas.
That's correct.
I haven't been presented with that situation yet, and it's a brand new rule anyway, so I'm not up to date on it. But I do believe the Supreme Court authorized attorneys to issue their own subpoena without the necessity of even going to the clerk.
That's exactly right.
I do want to look at that rule and see if it applies to them.
It also
But
provides for issuing subpoenas in blank.
Uh,
That has not changed. But nonetheless, Your Honor, I'm representing to the court that everybody, if there's a witness outside of what we've already disclosed, they will be timely notified when I know about it. They gave me a witness statement during the course of this trial that was untimely. We hadn't gotten to that yet. But Your Honor, I understand what the rule is on disclosure. I've been complying with it up to this point in time, and I anticipate I will moving forward. There's nothing wrong with what is introduced in the exhibit.
I believe under the new rules that, and I just happen to remember that, I think it's been the last, maybe effective July the 1st, I think it was, that the clerk doesn't even have to issue subpoenas, that the attorneys are authorized to do so. I've seen somebody pulling out a rule book there. That may not even be a new enough rule book, but I think it just has become effective. I'm going to expect all parties, when they know they're going to call a witness, if that witness has been identified in the discovery, you'll have some more leeway.
Sure.
If it's not somebody that's coming out of the woodwork, don't be surprised if they don't.
We don't have any squirrel hunters, Your Honor.
Hang on, I'm seeing y'all looking at the rule there now anyway. But
Your Honor, just for the record, 45A clearly says that the clerk can issue subpoenas in blank to a party requesting it. That's what those are in blank.
I think it, and as I believe as of July the 1st, and the clerk may want to take notice of this, look at the new rules anyway. I think you can tell the lawyers, go issue your own subpoenas. We busy today.
We'd like to know about it when they do.
Do what now?
We would like to know about it when they issue the subpoena.
And Judge, we've had the same mistake as much as the Census County. We'd like to know about it.
All right, we're gonna.
Judge, I think
at this point, I found no violation of the rules by the issue of the subpoenas in blank. If a witness is discovered late, I'll deal with them on an individual basis.
Thank you.
We'll cross that bridge when we get there anyway. But I'm telling everybody, if you're gonna call somebody as a witness, tell the other side.
fair enough.
All right. You started on the corpus delicti type.
Yes, Your Honor, motion in limine at this point in time to preclude the state from moving forward on any other proof pertaining to evidence extraneous outside the scope of any, well, not necessarily outside the scope, but out as far as being relevant. The court ruled earlier that there's relevancy as to what transpired here in Lafayette County as to some of the stuff over the defendant's objection. My understanding is that the state anticipates placing into evidence witnesses from Grenada pertaining to a box truck that has apparently, according to the state and understand through the course of discovery, could be deemed relevant should the proper predicate haven't been laid. At this point in time, the court has been very lenient on the state as far as, like the court said the first day, let's get started somewhere. And I understand that's what they did. They were to establish that there was a missing person report, establish that the last person that talked to him, or at least the last person that may have talked to him, was at least our client. That's as far as we've gotten, Your Honor. Now I understand they want to head to Grenada and start introducing videos in Grenada without any connection to any crime or anything whatsoever. But the problem that is created for the defense, Your Honor, as far as, objected constantly on grounds of relevancy, and the court has been very liberally in its approach to allowing the state to introduce conversations between apparently our client and the alleged deceased, and allowed to do so over our objection as to hearsay, objections to relevancy, all those things. At this point in time, there's been no connection to any evidence of a crime having been committed. All we've got right now is somebody talked to somebody on the phone. It was seen apparently in close proximity to the individual's car. Your Honor, at this point in time, under Pitts versus State, which is a real old case, 43 Mississippi 472, two things that have to occur before you go forward on a homicide case, in all cases really. First of all, when it pertains to homicide, you have to prove the fact of a death. Second is the existence that there's some criminal agency that caused that death. And it states in there, the former must be proven by direct or presumptive evidence, but the latter must be established by circumstantial or presumptive evidence. And that's the order in which they have to do that, Your Honor. We've gone kind of
Back up on that. The first being that there were the two elements, one of them direct or, run over that statement there with me again anyway. Go,
it's
hang on,
basic-
let him have his say and I'll give you yours.
It's a whole case. Basically, it says first is the fact of death. The former must be proven by direct testimony or presumptive evidence of the strongest kind.
What is the first?
Fact of death.
Back to death. Okay, go ahead.
Must be proven either by direct testimony or the presumptive evidence of the strongest kind, but the latter may be established by circumstantial evidence or by presumptive reasoning upon the facts and circumstances of the case. It also states that a dead body or its remains having been discovered and identified as the person charged to have been killed, and the basis of the corpus delicti being thus fully established, the next step in the process and the one which serves to complete the proof of that indispensable preliminary fact is to show that the death has been occasioned by the criminal act or agency of another. Prove a death, then you prove criminal agency. And we allow them to go forward with, in this case, by just doing the missing person, conversations, things of that nature, videos over our objection. And our position is, Your Honor, that should not have occurred. And it's also putting us in a situation where when we're objecting to certain evidence as being hearsay or things of that nature, and the court says, well, these are conversations between these two individuals and other individuals. Well, on the grounds of relevance, anything in all this pile of exhibits here ought to be relevant. We shouldn't be discriminating as to whether or not a conversation that was 2 weeks earlier between Jay Lee and some other guy is too remote in time, because we don't know if it's too remote in time or not, Your Honor, based on what they presented. The manner in which they presented their case, it should not be any reservation for this court to say, get it in, any conversation. They're asking the court to make determinations on what's relevant as to what occurred on the date in question by virtue of the fact, because asking the court to make quantum leaps as to whether or not anything occurred and proof moving forward. That's basically what they're doing. It's just like a 911 call. When you get a 911 call, someone says someone's hurt at a house. The next proof is we're going to put into evidence there's a gun somewhere and say, it's just not the way you try any case, Your Honor. You can't do that. You have got to prove corpus delicti in a fashion that is done. Prove that there is, in this particular case, a death, and circumstantial evidence or direct evidence that supports that there's some criminal agency that caused that death. What evidence of criminal agency have they put on at this point in time to allow this proof to come in about things that have occurred in Grenada County? What evidence have they put on to support any of the videos that they've introduced at this point in time? Nothing. They got a missing person. I understand that. His car's driving through town. Very confusing to the jury at this point in time. But what put us in a bind, Your Honor, is when we approach the rail and we say we're arguing about exhibits 31 through 37 and whether or not this officer can testify about this report. None of those objections should in any way, shape, form, or fashion even come close to being granted, because the court has no information as to what's relevant moving forward. Your Honor, we just need at this point in time to get back to Oxford and let them put some proof on at this point in time that there is a crime that's been committed before we drive back down to my neck of the woods and start putting videos on. That's not asking too much, Your Honor. To follow the law. And you did say the first day we got to start somewhere, and we did. But now's the time for us to stop it. And I don't think we should have started it in the first place, but now's the time to stop it, John.
All right, I'll hear from the state.
I have a number of cases on corpus delicti. Laws basically the same last 200 years.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. It was honestly very hard to follow defense counsel's argument because it was nonsensical. I will say that the defense cannot tell the state how to put on their case. Corpus delicti is, first, you have to prove that there was a death and that the fact of the death, that someone has died. That's element one. And two, element two is that that person died as a result of a criminal action, criminal agency. None of that case law tells you the order in which you have to prove it. It does not say that. The case law just says there's two elements to corpus delicti. It does not say, oh, you have to prove this and then you have to prove this. I too have read all the cases in Mississippi on corpus delicti, and it does not say that. You could, if you want to interpret it in that way, because it says there are two elements, then you can. But as defense counsel, he is correct in saying that the first element of corpus delicti, a death, it is proven by either one, direct testimony, or two, presumptive evidence of the strongest kind, which can also just be circumstantial evidence. The second element of corpus delicti can be proven by circumstantial evidence as well. Your Honor, all of this, obviously we do not have a body in this case. Obviously, because of that, we're proving a circumstantial case. Your Honor, to say that it's remote in time, as to messages with Jay Lee from 2 weeks ago, we know he was still alive based on the proof. We know he was still alive back then. So if you say those messages, how are they? They are remote. He wasn't killed 2 weeks prior to this. His digital footprint stops after he went to Tim Herrington's home. The evidence that's come forward right now, Your Honor, is that Tim Herrington invited him over to his house, his apartment. That right before he got there, Tim Herrington Googled, how long does it take to strangle someone? That Tim Herrington is presumed to be the person who's dropped Jay Lee's car off at Molly Bar Trails. That Jay Lee did not give anyone rides in his vehicle. That Jay Lee's abandoned his dog. That Jay Lee's accounts haven't been touched. That Jay Lee, since he last texted Tim Herrington, that the last text that Jay Lee ever sent was open to Tim Herrington. That is what's come forward. And that the last person who has ever seen Jay Lee alive is Tim Herrington. Grenada comes in as to criminal agency, because what we will find out as this case goes on, that the same day after Tim Herrington dropped off Jay Lee's car at Molly Bar Trails and pretended like he had been running that whole time and was picked up by Tyson King, he then got his box truck from his moving company and went to his parents' house, didn't drop anything off, and put shovels and a wheelbarrow into his box truck. To say that that is not proof of death or circumstantial evidence related to death is bears belief. It's bizarre. Your Honor, the defense counsel wants to make corpus delicti that says you have to prove this first and this second. The case law says you have to prove the elements of corpus delicti for homicide. The elements of corpus delicti. That's what you have to prove. The state is in the process of proving that. We have laid out evidence where Jay Lee could be found by this court and by a juror to have been killed. That Jay Lee, and it could have been by way of criminal agency. And we're still in the process of presenting our proof, Your Honor. We haven't even finished. But to say we have to present it in the order that defense counsel would like us to present it in is, there's no case law in Mississippi that says that. We get to put on our case. Further, I would say, Your Honor, that this entire thing with the witnesses from Grenada, the truth is that they wanted to exclude all of our witnesses based on, or all of our evidence, because they know it's of guilt of their client based upon procedural issues, because they didn't think that we would be able to get all these people in here to testify. Now that we have them, now that they're coming in to testify, to authenticate and all these videos, now there's another problem. Well, if that was always a problem, why didn't you file that motion in limine before trial? Oh yeah, because it's not about that. Because you really want to do this, because you know that makes your client look even guiltier. And that's what's going on here.
All right. I'll give you a chance to respond.
Pitts case lays out basically what you have to do.
I've read the Pitts case while I've been here.
Yeah, the next step in the process is complete the proof. I don't know what I missed in this particular trial, but I heard the officer testify that the phone was pinging at a location away from close to Stone Park. That's no evidence that Jay Lee has perished. There's no criminal agency been established at all, Your Honor. All this stuff about the notice of intent, all this is irrelevant to what the court has got to do here. Your Honor,
I'm familiar with your arguments anyway.
Your Honor,
Court's ready to move. Pitts case back a long time ago, 1870, I think, October of 1870, says two fundamental elements of corpus delicti. First, but the death must be proved by direct evidence. I take direct evidence of there's a body, or presumptive evidence of the strongest kind. Court's of opinion, when the mother, who was the first witness, got through testifying, that she talked to her son several times a day. He always talked to her on Mother's Day. She's not heard from him. He left his dog. He's been no account activities active on social media, and he has not been heard from since July the 8th of 2022. That is presumptive evidence of the strongest kind of a death. I think that element to a reasonable juror could be found as soon as the mother got through testifying. So the court's going to find that to the court's satisfaction that there has been presumptuous evidence of the strongest kind of a death. We've had that testimony in this case. And the criminal agency may then be established by presumptive reasoning upon all the facts and circumstances of the case, i.e. circumstantial evidence. And the state has set about offering circumstantial evidence of the criminal agency in this matter. I think that the state has put on sufficient evidence at this time to warrant the introduction of additional information on the evidence of criminal agency and death. I think that I'm not too sure about when all this has to occur, but the court is finding that there have been presumptive evidence of the strongest kind of a death in this matter, and I'm going to let the state continue to put on its circumstantial evidence of criminal agency, and that's so. I've heard your objections, and the court's going to make that ruling. All right. Are we ready for our next witness? All right. Let's take just a couple minute break, and then we'll get started.
One in Richmond.
That's all we do. I would say I'm glad today's Friday, but you didn't hear it on Saturday.
I just want to point out, I'm going to run out to go take care of something.
We'll-
I don't want to delay the court. Just
We'll start without you. Let us know when you're ready, okay? The problem with the court's instructions not to investigate, or discuss the case. I know there's been media coverage of this matter. Watching something, seeing something, it's begins to play, turn the head, turn it off, whatever. Make every precaution. Make sure you learn nothing about this case, or think you learn anything about this case. Let it come to witness stand. With that being said, who would state call us next witness? We finished with the witness yesterday, is that right? We started, okay. All right, who's your next witness? All right, before, that S-43, those were they got marked, okay, I've got it right here anyway. might well get used to it.
May I proceed?
You may.
Tell the jury who you are.
My name is Leslie Christian. I have been employed with Renaissance Bank for 24 years, and I am currently the financial crime supervisor.
Okay. So you work for Renaissance Bank. Do you work in Tupelo?
I do.
Okay. Do you have a Renaissance branch bank in Grenada?
Yes, we actually have two.
Is that on Commerce Street?
It is
What's the address there?
1537.
1537 Commerce Street. Now, at that location, is there an ATM?
Yes, there is.
Does that ATM have video recorder?
Yes, it does.
Now, I want to direct your attention back to July 8th of 2022. Around that time frame, summer of 2022, did law enforcement come looking for video surveillance from that branch bank at 1537 Commerce Street in Grenada?
That is correct. We received a subpoena.
All right. Did you respond to that?
I did.
Did you pull the footage from that ATM?
I did.
All right. May I approach?
Okay.
Have this marked for identification.
No, we don't have a problem with it being, court noting our previous objections.
All right.
It's the relevance at this point in time. And also other objections.
What
Other objections prior,
Okay, prior objection.
and the objections are relevant at this time.
Okay. That's going to be a thumb drive. All right, the S44 will be admitted.
I believe what we're going to do is just put a frame of that exhibit up, and I think you'll be able to see it on the monitor. While he's doing that, the contents of that jump drive, have you reviewed that?
Yes,
Is that the same surveillance video that you provided law enforcement?
Yes, it is.
Back in 2022?
yes.
Now, the duration or length of that clip that you provided, was that about 1 minute and 3 seconds?
Yes, it was.
All right, can you see the image
Yes.
on your monitor? Now I'm going to direct your attention to the timestamp. Was that date and timestamp accurate?
Yes, it was.
All right, so where it says, it's got 2022 first, referring to the year, correct?
Correct.
And then the date would be 7/8,
Correct.
which is July the 8th.
Right.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then the time stamp on it is 18:55 and 14 seconds.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. With that, looking at that time, would that be AM or PM?
This would be military time, so this would be 6:55 p.m.
6:55 PM is the correct time.
Correct.
Was the date and time accurate?
Yes, it directly matched to a transaction that we were able to find a record of.
You need to hear the response. Was the time and date accurate?
Yes, it was.
Is the time and date on that exhibit accurate now?
Yes, it is.
Tend to the witness, Sean.
Any cross-examination?
No problem.
Maybe the shortest witness we have this year, yesterday. Thank you. Have a safe trip.
Absolutely. Thank
Then
you.
this witness is free to go. You're free to go. Thank you. Who would you call as your next witness?
Say we call Dana Hood.
Who?
Dana Hood.
Dana Hood. Somebody, get Dana Hood.
May I proceed?
You may.
Tell the jury who you are,
My name is Dana Hood, and I'm the office manager of Family Time Cleaners.
okay? Back in 2022, was that cleaners, RNS cleaners?
Yes, it was.
All right, so when did the name change?
I believe it was April of '23.
And that microphone is far away from you.
But for-
If you don't mind, is that okay?
it's fine.
All right, so when did the name change from RNS cleaners to, what did you say?
Family Time Cleaners.
Okay,
I
Family
believe
Time
it was April of '23.
But back in July of 2022, it was RNS cleaners, correct? All right, and what is RS cleaners
A dry cleaning business
in Grenada?
in Grenada.
What is the address?
1793 Commerce Street,
1793 Commerce.
Commerce Street, Grenada.
All right, now, what do y'all do?
We launder clothes and all kinds of items.
Is it like dry cleaning?
Dry cleaning, yes.
Now, back in October of this year, did law enforcement come looking for a video that was provided by RNS cleaners back in 2022?
Yes, they came and
Did you review that video at the time?
I did.
And did you provide a certificate of authenticity to that video?
I did.
All right, now then, try to have this marked for ID.
If it's 45.
All right, I'm gonna hand you what's been marked for ID as Exhibit 45. Have you reviewed the contents of that? Is that the same video that back in October when you authenticated it, accurately depict what you authenticated back in October?
Yes,
All right. And is that, did you review that exhibit this morning?
I did.
And verify that it was the same video?
I did.
All right. Now then, when you did that, you signed and dated it, correct?
that's correct.
All right. Now, can you tell the jury whether the timestamp, whether you reviewed the timestamp and date of that
I did.
video?
It was
Was that accurate?
It was accurate.
Can you tell the jury how you determined that it was accurate?
It, on the camera footage, it's time stamped, and on the receipt that we printed out when the customer brought the clothes in is also time stamped.
They were consistent. Did you look to see whether there had been any issues with the receipt system and the surveillance system?
There
Whether
were
they
no issues.
No issues with it whatsoever. And the system that you have now, is it the same?
It is.
And is it accurate today?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask that be received into.
No objection.
All
Other
right.
than one statement, so
All right. It'll be S45 will be admitted.
Court's indulgence. The receipt that you used to verify the accuracy of the video surveillance, do you have that with you today?
I do. She has it.
You've got a copy of it? All right.
There's another one coming there behind you.
Let's have this marked for ID. Well,
Kurt, you climb up on the ladder and fix our window shades last night. They look really good this morning anyway. I just want you to know that, here, I'm I'm glad to have that in the courtroom anyway. You've done a really good job, and I'm going to commend you on it.
I mean, you want to do all these pages?
Yes, sir. Collective. It's the entire,
You know, 5 pages, I don't know the pages. I did yesterday.
What'd y'all eat last night? Yeah, you tell us what you want to do. I guess a better question, rather than hold on, where did yours get sent to eat last night? Yeah. Turned out okay? Y'all may volunteer to do it. Y'all coming along here, guys?
Right there.
Speak more while you're standing there looking at yourself. How about playing this trick? Could you pass this down to Kathy, so it won't get lost? Thank you.
while he's reviewing that, Ms. I'm
For the
sorry.
record, I marked on the bottom down there the pages so we don't have any confusion on the exhibit. He's going to mark the next number. All right.
It is. That's what's going to be the next numbered exhibits. How many marks this time has? It hasn't been ID that this time has.
Have not.
Mr. Creekmore, you're going to be asking this document to be marked.
I'm sorry, Your
This
Honor.
document here, you can ask it to be marked.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and get that on the road then. That's going to be S46.
That's why I needed her up here today.
Are y'all looking at, the jury's looking at this, well, this has been introduced into evidence, I guess, but it's been displayed if that's what they're asking.
Yeah, the video being displayed. has
It's already been displayed.
Okay, just making sure.
Mark it, proceed.
It had, set 45 has been admitted anyway.
You got this one received. All right, Ms. Hood, if you'll look on your screen, do you see the image displayed? Is that from your business
Yes,
there
it
in
is.
Grenada? And you were able to identify the date, 7/8/22, 9/29/40, is that AM?
AM, yes.
AM? And you were able to determine that that was correct time?
That's
and
right.
date. All right. Now then, I would ask that Exhibit 46 be received into evidence.
No problem.
All right.
8 pages, I think. Make sure.
Somebody tell me what that is. I'm going to retrieve it, so I'll make my notes here.
It's the invoice records from the transaction.
Invoice records from the cleaners.
Tim, here.
Okay.
It is.
Seven pages. Yep, I mean, Mr. Herring. So,
7.
all right, I'm going to hand you Exhibit 46. Do you recognize that as transaction records from transaction from that day at your cleaners?
That's correct.
All right, that's not the original receipt though, is it?
No, this is just a copy from,
But you printed that out recently?
I did.
And it has the new name of the business at the top,
That's right.
but it's the same system,
Same system.
okay? And you still had those records from this transaction on July 8th, 2022.
This is the actual transaction from July 8th, 2022.
And can you state that that's, the time on that receipt is consistent with this video?
Yes.
Court's involved. Ms. Hood, other than law enforcement coming to request any records from any transactions from July 8th, 2022, has anybody else asked you about those records from that day?
No.
Okay. Has anybody come to you and asked you for records from that transaction? Or about
Yes,
that transaction?
actually, I received a phone call from Mr. Herrington asking for a copy of the receipt. Okay. I received a phone call from Mr. Herrington asking for a copy of the receipt.
Okay.
And so I left it at the front so he could pick it up. This exact receipt,
Okay.
well, copy of the receipt.
Okay.
And then the next day, his mother came in and wanted a copy of the receipt. So I gave her the exact same thing. She said, well, I was hoping it would be more detailed and show that it was a suit. And I explained to her that this is all we could produce, and that's all the computer would do.
Did she ask you to alter or change it?
No.
Okay. Tend to the witness, John.
Ma'am, so that's an active account though at that time. It's not, that wasn't just a unique, Timmy Harrington had an account there.
He did.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
This wouldn't be finally excused. Thanks for being here, Mr. Wood. You're free to go.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome to Stay with us. Don't have to choose what to do, but you're welcome to if you like. Or you go today. You have a good, safe trip home, okay? Who would college next week? Everybody good over there?
Christopher Klink.
Christopher Klink.
Christopher Klink. K-L-I-N-C-K.
All around, Mr. Klink. Good face the court reporter there. Raise your right hand to be sworn in, please. All right, come right around here and have a seat in the witness chair there.
Just be on standby.
Okay.
Okay, proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Tell the jury who you are.
Thomas Christopher Klink,
All right. And where do you live, Mr. Klink?
140 Broadmeadow Drive, Grenada, Mississippi.
All right. Now, where you live across the street, your neighbor, who lives directly across from you?
The Harringtons,
Okay. Now, do you know Tim Harrington?
yes,
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
yes, sir.
Is it, living in across the street, when you say the Harringtons, are you talking about that's his mother and daddy's house?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did Tim Harrington visit there frequently in the summer of 2022?
Yes,
Did you know who, you've already stated you know who Tim Harrington is, but if you saw him, you would recognize him, correct?
yes,
All right. Now, does your home have a video surveillance system?
yes,
All right. And back in July of 2022, did you have a home video surveillance system?
yes.
All right. Now, where's that camera oriented? What kind of angle or picture would it be designed or placed to get? What is the view of that camera?
The front of our house,
All right. Does it capture the yard and driveway to a certain extent of the Harrington home?
a little bit to a certain extent.
All right. Now, back in July of 2022, was the date correct on your system?
I believe so.
All right. And what about the timing?
It was off.
Okay.
Your
Now,
Honor, I know we're headed with this, but I just want to make sure, I think the procedure have to object to the presence of the witness.
I understand objection in relation to the prior objection to court's ruling. So you have to continue this all the time.
Thank you.
I want to hand you what's been marked as Exhibit 47 for ID. Do you recognize the image depicted in that exhibit?
Yes.
Um, How do you recognize that?
Yeah, I'll recognize it by, our yard, our driveway, my son's truck.
Do you remember, were you present when that document was created?
Yes.
All right,
No objection to discussion.
State would ask you,
It's marked, right?
it's marked. Yes. All right. That's 47. I'm going to display it on the screen. You got to change the
Yeah, it should be on there.
document. Kind of a blur on it. All right, is that image being displayed on your screen? All right, Exhibit 47. Now, this first cell phone right here, it's got a date on it, of August 5th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and the image being displayed on that cell phone is from is that a live feed of your video surveillance home security system?
Is that picture a live feed or is
Was
it
it a live
always?
feed at the time that this was created?
I believe so. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
All right, and whose phone is it on top of? The one that says 650?
I don't recall, honestly.
Was it depicting the current time at the
Yes,
time? Was it depicting the current time at the time that this document was created?
yes, sir.
Was that time 650 accurate?
Yes, sir.
All right. So was this created to show the time difference
Yes, sir.
in order to arrive at the correct time for your videos, your home surveillance system, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that was done because law enforcement came out to find the correct time for your home surveillance system, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, prior to that, had law enforcement come to your home to gather video footage going back to July 8th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Did you provide that to law enforcement?
They had a warrant. Yes, sir. So I provided it.
They had a search warrant?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand you Exhibit 48. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
And if you don't mind speaking to them.
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you examine the contents of that exhibit?
Yes.
Did they accurately depict what you provided law enforcement in 2022 pursuant to that search warrant for your home surveillance system?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I would ask that this be received.
All right, that's gonna be S-48. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, if you'll just pull up that first clip. Now, on that exhibit, were there 8 different times that files were created? Approximately?
Approximately.
There was more than one, correct?
Yes,
More than 5,
yes.
less than 10?
If these are them right here, there's 2, 4, 6, 8, maybe 9, yes.
And we're just going to take them one at a time. We're going to display a still shot and just see if you recognize it, okay?
Okay.
Go to 9/26/47. Huh? Yeah, I'm watching. Being positive. All right. Looking at that, that particular spot on that video surveillance, the time stamp right there is 9/26/46. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
In order for you to arrive at the correct time, you would have to make a calculation based on this exhibit in 47, correct?
Yes,
To get the accurate time.
correct.
But the date, it's July 8th, 2022, that's accurate.
I believe so.
Was it accurate then? The date?
I'm pretty sure it is.
I'm going to ask you to look at exhibit 47. Is that the exact difference between your live feed of your home video surveillance and the current time at the time this exhibit was created?
Yes, sir.
So if you take that
Mhm.
difference and apply it to here, would that date on that exhibit be July 8th, 2022?
Yes,
Is that true with all the other clips as well?
yes,
And you've reviewed every clip on this exhibit, correct?
before I came in, I think we reviewed most of them. I don't know if I reviewed every
We'll
one
go
of
through
them.
each one. Let's go to the second. That's number 10. All right, if you pause it. Now this second clip, do you see how it's been zoomed in?
Yes,
And it doesn't have a date or time, does it?
No.
All right. But do you recognize the front yard there in the bottom right portion of the image that's being displayed on the second video file?
yes,
Whose yard is that?
the Herringtons.
And do you see that box truck across the street?
Yes,
All right. Is that parked in the, on the curb by the front yard of the Herrington home?
yes,
All right. Let's go to the third clip. That one's written down too. All right. Do we have a date? Same question. You recognize that front yard, the driveway, the truck? Whose truck is that? The white truck parked in in the driveway.
that's my son's truck.
All right. And that too is on July 8th, 2022.
Yes,
And you would have to make the same adjustment to arrive at the correct time based on exhibit 47. And I submit to you that on that, looking at exhibit 47, the your home surveillance system image being projected, it says 542, does it not?
yes, sir. Yes,
And the phone underneath it says 650, correct?
yes,
All right, so that's going to be a difference of basically an hour and 8 minutes.
yes,
So looking back at the time frame on exhibit, the third file on exhibit 48, you'd have to adjust that by an hour and 8 minutes to arrive at the correct time. But the date 7/8/2022 is correct.
yes.
All right, let's go to 4. And 9:38. All right. Same question. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
Did you provide this image to law enforcement pursuant to the search warrant?
yes,
And the date on that is correct and accurate? And the time would have to be adjusted based on the differential in Exhibit 47, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's go to the fifth clip. Let's go to 632. All right. Looking at the image on the fifth clip, your system says 7/8/2022. Is that accurate? All right. And then over there, it says 1832. Is that military time
yes,
on your home surveillance system? All right. But you would have to make the adjustment to arrive at the correct time based on the differential in Exhibit 47.
yes,
All right. And does that accurately depict what you provided to law enforcement pursuant to the search warrant?
yes.
All right. Let's go to clip, the sixth clip. Let's go to 1927. All right, looking at the date on the image being depicted from the sixth clip, the date on that, July 8th, 2022, is that accurate?
Yes,
All right, the time over here is 1927. To arrive at the accurate time on that clip, you have to make the adjustment based on the differential in Exhibit 47, correct?
correct.
And does that accurately depict the video you provided to law enforcement pursuant to the search warrant?
Yes,
So, I think so. All right. Now looking at the image projected on your screen on the seventh clip, the date on there, July 8th, 2022, is that accurate?
yes,
All right, and the 2018 mark, that's military time based on your home surveillance system, correct?
Correct.
But to arrive at the correct time, you would have to make an adjustment based on the differential in Exhibit 47, correct?
correct.
The last image on that exhibit pause it right there. Looking at the image projected on your screen, the date, July 8th, 2022, is that accurate?
Yes,
All right, and the time, 13:59, military time. So it would be, I guess, saying, was that 1 o'clock? 1:59? But to arrive at the correct time, you would have to make an adjustment based on the differential in Exhibit 47, correct?
correct.
And does that accurately depict a video surveillance file that you provided to law enforcement from your home video surveillance system pursuant to the search warrant?
Yes,
What's it those? All right. Thank you, Chair. Yes. Sir. All right. Now, you stated that you know the Herringtons, correct?
yes.
All right. In fact, don't you work for the Herringtons?
I work for Grenada School District.
Is Ms. Herrington your boss?
Somewhat, yes,
Is it fair to say they're a well-known family in Grenada?
yes.
Tend to the witness, Sheldon.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Clink, So we're perfectly clear, when they came to your house and got the video surveillance off your, that's basically a ring camera, correct? Is it a fair statement that from the first time stamp that counsel for the state identified the earliest time in the morning, they took your entire video of that whole day, even though he provided 5 snippets. They took all of that until the latest date that he's identified in the exhibit. Fair statement?
Yes,
Okay. So you got the entire day, and you've at some point in time viewed that entire video whenever you looked at it and watched it while they were downloading, correct? Back and forth. I know you weren't standing there by it.
back and forth.
At the time they downloaded it, you started it, watched some of it, viewed it to make sure it was operating correctly, right? All that stuff, correct?
Correct.
All right, would it be a fair statement during a large portion of that video, while the box truck was parked out in front of the Herrington house, there were people riding bikes up and down the street, people walking down the street, things of that nature? Do you remember that?
I can't recall that.
I mean,
to be
do you
honest.
remember y'all had someone working in your yard, and I think your son went outside, was doing some yard work with the individual at your yard, correct?
Yes, I do remember that.
Asked and answered, he said he didn't know, then he started testifying for him.
That's cross-examination, yeah.
He's on call. I'm gonna give him some leeway.
You recall seeing on the videotape, your son out in the yard and the individual in the hat. Who was that? The guy
That
in the
was me in the hat.
hat. Okay. And y'all work.
That's what worked my mind.
Yeah, so I just want to clear that up. You're in the yard with your son working, and did you observe on that particular day, people, it's Friday afternoon, or Friday during the course of the day, people up and down the street on that particular day, riding bikes, things like that, and same time that Mr. Harrington came to the house?
Yes,
Okay. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but Timmy driving that truck, box truck, on any particular day wouldn't necessarily be an unusual event, would it?
No.
Okay. And also, Timmy driving that box truck and loading it up with stuff, whether it be weed eaters and stuff from the house, would not be an unusual event. Wheelbarrow, anything like that. You've seen him do that in the past, haven't you?
correct.
And are you familiar with the fact that his grandfather, and I think maybe his uncle, they rental property in town that Timmy has responsibility of helping take care of and do things along those lines?
Yes,
And I think he's been doing that for the family there in Grenada, even during his high school years, things of that nature, right? For a
Correct.
long time.
yes.
Cortland does with me. That's all I have.
Mr. Klink, you seem to know a lot about Tim Harrington. Are you friends with Tim Harrington?
We were neighbors, and we, when he was younger, he would come over to our house some, and I know my kids, and he and his sister jumped on our trampoline before, and yes, I would say
You and Tim Harrington are friends.
I haven't spoken with him much in a long time, but I know when the kids were growing up, we're around each other some.
Tell the jury whether you've actually seen Tim Harrington load up a wheelbarrow into that box truck. Specific memory.
I remember seeing a wheelbarrow being taken to the box truck, but I can't recall if it was loaded in there or not specifically.
Just that one time.
There's been times where they load things on and off, garden equipment, lawnmowers, things like that on trailers and different trucks
Trailers and different trucks.
and possibly a boxcar before.
Boxcar.
That boxcar or boxcar I've seen at the house before, yes.
You've seen it at the house before. But I'm talking about Tim Herrington loading up a wheelbarrow into that box truck. You've said one time, and that was on that day, correct?
I don't even know if it was Timothy that day. I saw some activity that day. I noticed a person, taking a wheelbarrow to the boxcar, but I'm not sure if indeed it was Timothy or not.
Of course it was. On cross-examination, you were very sure about that. And now you're saying you don't even know if it was Tim Herrington, correct?
Very sure about.
Yeah, on cross-examination, you said you were sure that you've seen Tim Herrington load a wheelbarrow onto that box truck. When Mr. Horan was asking you on cross-examination, you said, yeah, I'm sure of it. But now you're saying that you're not even sure if it was Tim Herrington that you saw.
This characterization he's talking about on that particular day.
That's not what you're talking about.
You can answer the question.
He asked me if I remember my son working out with me in the yard. He asked me if I remember people going up and down the street. I remember seeing the boxcar. He asked me,
He asked you if you were certain that you had seen Tim Herrington driving that box truck. And you said yes.
I don't remember him asking me that.
Okay.
If I remember seeing Timothy Harrington driving the boxcar.
Now, you've been reluctant to provide testimony, even you wanted a search warrant rather than cooperating with law enforcement. Is that let me finish the question. Is that a fair characterization that you've been reluctant to come provide?
Anybody would be reluctant to be involved in something. There were various reasons why I wanted a search warrant.
I'm not talking about anybody. I'm talking about you. Have you been reluctant to provide testimony, provide evidence in this case that could be relevant? If the court decides it is.
It's my right to have a search warrant
I understand that. I'm just asking if you're reluctant.
to provide any evidence to any law enforcement. I don't want anybody coming into my house, going through my video without a search warrant.
I understand that.
It's not.
I'll give you an
reluctance.
opportunity to explain.
Question, yes or no, and then you can explain anything.
Is it safe to say that you are reluctant to provide testimony and potential evidence in this case?
Define reluctant, please.
That you don't want to? Because you're,
No,
because of
it's not
some,
that I don't want to.
are you afraid because,
No, I'm not afraid.
are you, do you have any fear of any retaliation against you?
No, none at all.
Any objection? All right, Ms. Witness, you found the key. And Mr. Reed, go. We're going about an hour. Y'all want a break or y'all, how long is the next witness going to take? Good, let's get one more short one in if we can, okay? Who you calling?
All right, this time the state calls Douglas Pittman.
Who?
Douglas Pittman.
Come around. Lisa. All right, come around, have a seat in the witness chair, please. may proceed.
Mr. Pittman, please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name's Douglas Pittman.
How are you currently? Oh, I apologize. How are you currently employed? Like, what's your job?
Asset Protection Associate.
And could you,
I didn't understand.
Asset Protection Associate
where?
at Walmart.
And is that Walmart located here in Oxford, Mississippi?
Yes.
Back in 2022, did the Oxford Police Department approach you about pulling some surveillance footage?
Yes.
Is that a part of, well, I'll ask you, what do you do as asset protection?
I catch shoplifters. I research videos for officers and basically protect the merchandise.
I'm sorry, I don't think she could hear you. Did you say protect merchandise?
Yes.
Okay. And so it is your job to keep up with the Walmart surveillance system?
Yes.
Okay. And so back in 2022, did Oxford Police Department approach you about getting some footage from July 8th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And was that footage for the purchase of a particular product?
Yes.
What was that product?
Duct tape.
Okay. And tell me, if someone asks for something like a particular product like duct tape, how do you even go about finding that footage?
Well, with our system, all we need is an item, a time frame, and maybe the last four of a card number, just something to go off of, and we search in our system for it.
And when you search in the system, once you find it in the system, how do you find it? What does it give you?
It gives you the time, the register number, and the item.
Okay, so it gives you the time, the registry number, and the item. So here, the Oxford Police Department give you a time frame and a product.
Yes.
Okay, with the time frame, it would be safe to say between 6:30 and 7:15-ish on July 8th, 2022.
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to find the purchase of duct tape during that time?
Yes.
Okay. How many purchases of duct tape were made during that time?
It was only one.
So a single purchase.
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to find footage of the register where that duct tape was purchased?
Yes.
Okay. And when you found that footage, did the police find the suspect that they were looking for?
Yes.
And they indicated to you that that was Timothy Herrington.
They said that was the suspect they were looking for.
I said
Yes.
that's the suspect they were looking for. All right. And you were able to pull that and provide it to them.
Yes.
And once they did that, or once they found the register footage, were you then also able to follow that person around the store?
Yes.
So on July 8th, 2022, you were able to follow the person who bought the single duct tape around the Walmart from 6:30 to 7:15, sometime in there.
Yes.
Okay. And before you came in today, did you have an opportunity to review that footage?
Yes.
Okay.
No objection to discussion.
All right. Before you get far, if you don't mind,
It's marked for ideas, states 1449, I believe,
49.
and it's just been entered in depth.
That's 49, you admitted. Now that's a video.
And is there a particular, we were talking about this footage. Is there a particular player that it has to be played in?
Yes. Windows Media Legacy Player.
Okay. If you don't play it in Windows Media Legacy Player, what happens?
You either get an error message or the video is not shown correctly.
And so is the time and date stamp on that footage correct?
Yes.
And it's if you play it, you have to play it in the correct player.
Yes.
And I believe you were saying to me something about Walmart having an encoding system, or explain that.
Yeah. So with our video system, they have a certain encoder that they use so that not everyone can just take our video and use it somewhere else without their permission.
And that's why it has to be played in legacy player,
Yes.
or I guess the within player for it.
Yes.
Okay. I'm handing the witness what is now been marked for ID as State's Exhibit 50. Mr. Pittman, do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the receipt for the purchase of that, the single purchase of that duct tape from July 8th, 2022 at 6:49 a.m.?
Yes.
And at this time, I've moved to enter into evidence the receipt.
All right, well, that's good, you did it.
Other than,
Please, you got that now.
published to the jury?
Unanimous.
And Mr. Pittman, is that the receipt that I just showed you?
Yes.
And the time stamp right there, July 8th, 2022 at 6:49:07?
Yes.
And that would be the accurate time of that day?
Yes.
Brief indulgence. No further questions, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Have a good day. All right, the next witness is gonna be long. Yes. All right, let's take a short break. Yeah. All right, show the jury in. Everybody been on the jury? All right, who the state calls as next witness?
This time the state calls Tyson King.
Who's that now?
Tyson King.
Right this way, sir. Would raise your right hand, say before this lady be sworn in. You may proceed.
Mr. King, please introduce yourself to the jury.
Tyson King,
And do you know the defendant, Timothy Herrington?
I do.
And how do you know him?
We met at a camp here at Ole Miss after our junior year of high school, and then we also had a moving company together.
Okay. If you could, you said moving company together. When did you all have that moving company together?
It started right after, well, during the pandemic, so in the summer of 2020.
And when you say a moving company, was that here in Oxford, Mississippi?
It was here in Oxford, Mississippi, but we also did the surrounding areas too.
Okay. So tell me, what sorts of, you said a moving company, like you move people into dorms and businesses? Explain that.
So our moving company, we just move people from either, well, here in Oxford, it would just be from like a one apartment to another apartment. And then if we had anything outside the city, it would be from one location to the next. So just all their belongings.
And typically, was it you and Timothy who did moves together?
Yes, but we also did hire outside help.
So you and Tim would sometimes hire outside help. Under what situations would you do that?
Typically if me or Tim wasn't readily available to do the move, we would hire outside help. Or if we had more than, let's say if we had multiple moves that day, and we know we had a list of them, knowing, because we would typically do them. So if we knew that we couldn't do it all by ourselves, we would typically hire somebody.
So, so I understand typically the two of you could do it if you could do it alone. If you could do it alone.
Yes, just depending on the size of the move.
But if you weren't available or if he wasn't available, you all would hire somebody else so you could still have a two-man job.
Correct.
And then if you had big moves or multiple moves, the two of you would hire a third
3 or more, just depending on how big the move.
So I want to go back to July 8th, 2022. Were you in Oxford that day?
I was in Hattiesburg that morning, and I came back to Oxford that afternoon.
And did you and Tim have any moves scheduled that day?
Not,
And usually, did you both know if you had moves scheduled?
yes,
And who had keys to the box truck?
we both had a key.
So did anyone else have a key?
No,
So just you and Tim had keys.
yes,
And have you seen that box truck? Where is it now?
I have absolutely no idea.
Who took the box truck from you?
Oxford Police Department,
So the police seized the box truck.
to my knowledge,
Oh, well, did they take it in front of you?
they did
Okay.
pretty forcibly.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Mr. King, please look through these photos. I'm handing the witness what's marked as State's Exhibit 51. And do you recognize what those are photos of?
Yes, it's the box truck that we had.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to enter into evidence, State's Exhibit 51, the photos of the box truck of,
Any objection?
Oh, I'm sorry. Just pictures of the box.
Pictures box.
Go ahead.
Okay. That's just one picture or multiple pictures? Four pictures.
Your Honor, may I publish to the jury?
Right, you may. That's composite 51 though, right?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm showing the witness, what's in evidence now is State's Exhibit 51. Mr. King, can you see that in front of you? Is it showing up?
Yes,
Okay. Is that the photo of your box truck? Is that a photo of your box truck?
it is.
Okay. And this box truck, when you all decided to start a moving company, how did y'all get this box truck?
So we got the box truck. So we had been in business for 3 years at the time, and we got the box truck going into the 3rd year of business. And I think his grandfather found the box truck, and then once we decided that we were going to get it, I'm pretty sure his grandfather paid for it in cash, and I just gave him my half of it.
So Tim Herrington's family was able to find the box truck and you all split the cost?
Correct.
Okay. And want to point to a little sort of diamond on the side of the box truck.
Okay.
See that?
Mhm.
Is that the distinctive mark of your box truck?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I, I'm just going to approach this. Marks for identification and second for
No objection.
no objection.
These are all been admitted. Is this a different
This
picture?
is a different picture.
Okay, go ahead.
Handing the witness what has now been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 52. Mr. King, you recognize that photo from when I showed it to you earlier?
Yes,
Okay. And do you recognize the box truck driving in the photo?
I do.
Okay. That was an accurate representation of your box truck?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I publish to the jury?
Okay.
Mr. King, do you see that date up in the corner, July 8th, 2022?
I do.
And the time at 6:57:41?
Yes.
On July 8th, 2022, at 6:57:41, where were you?
In Hattiesburg.
And you were, when I just had this up there with you, is that the box truck you're referring to as your box truck?
Yes,
And were you driving that box truck on that day?
I was not.
And who was the only other person that had keys?
Timothy Harrington.
And do you see Timothy Harrington sitting in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you describe what he's wearing?
He has on a navy blue suit and a red and blue tie with a white shirt.
All right, so record shall reflect, the defendant has been identified by stipulation.
Brief indulgence. Your Honor, I turn to the witness.
Cross-examination, okay?
Morning, Mr. King, how you doing?
I'm good. How about yourself?
Doing fine. I want to take you back to the time that you previously testified to around July the 8th. You testified that you were in Hattiesburg, is that correct?
Correct.
Had you talked to Mr. Harrington that day?
On the 8th? No, I don't believe so.
What about the 7th?
Yes.
What was the basis of that conversation?
We had done a previous move a couple of days prior, and they left some screws or something with us, and he texted me about the screws to try to return them to the person that we had moved.
Okay, where were those screws located?
In the box truck.
And at that point in time, the box truck was parked where?
At the Links.
That's where you lived?
Correct.
At the time?
Correct.
Okay.
Where is that?
The Links is an apartment complex here.
And I believe you testified a moment ago that in regards to the box truck and how y'all acquired it was that Mr. Harrington's grandfather purchased the box truck, correct?
Correct.
You reimbursed Mr. Harrington's grandfather for your portion of the box truck.
Correct.
And you testified that you and Mr. Harrington were the people that had keys to the box truck.
Correct.
Tell me a little bit about your usage of the box truck. Was this a primary vehicle or a secondary vehicle?
Secondary vehicle.
Were there ever any instances in which you relied on the box truck as your primary means of transportation?
I think it was February of 2022. I was in a car accident and I didn't have a car at the time, and I would from time to time use the box truck to get back and forth.
And that's why you were a student at Ole Miss.
Correct.
So from February up until about what time frame was the box truck your primary means of transportation?
I wouldn't say it lasted long. Maybe
Fair to say a couple months.
I'd say probably like more so a couple weeks to a month.
Okay, and when you were using that box truck as your primary means of transportation, you didn't notify Mr. Harrington every time you got in that box truck to drive around.
I wouldn't say that I did.
Okay, and it's fair to say that Mr. Harrington wanted to use the box truck. He wouldn't have to necessarily notify you every time. Is that fair to say?
You could say that.
Okay. You testified earlier that when the DA's office showed you a picture of the box truck, that it was seized from you pretty forcibly. What do you mean by that?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
I didn't hear the question anyway. It was,
You testified earlier that the box truck was taken from him pretty forcibly. I'm just trying to figure out what he means by that.
I'm gonna let him answer the question.
Do you recall that day when it was taken from him?
I do.
What happened on that day?
I was in the middle of a move and I received a couple of no caller ID phone calls. And once I answered those phone calls, it was what they told me were that they were detectives at the time. And I was bombarded with questions about where the truck was. And so at the time, I just told them that I wouldn't, have any problems answering any questions that they wanted to, but I wanted to, have a lawyer present. And maybe not even a minute after that phone call, I was surrounded by police, and they just came and took me out the truck, detained me, had me out in broad daylight, about 30, 40 minutes. And it's the last time I saw the truck.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Write your objection for the record.
Brief indulgence, Your Honor. you came in contact with law enforcement that day, they interviewed you, correct?
Correct.
Where did that take place?
I'm not sure exactly where it was, but it was like, I'm assuming like where they usually take people to interview them.
Back to yours and Mr. Harrington's moving business. Were you ever a part of any moves to Grenada or in the Grenada area with Mr. Harrington?
Yes,
And it'd be fair to say that you're familiar with Mr. Harrington's grandfather and his family and their rental properties that they had, correct?
correct.
It'd be fair to say that if Mr. Harrington came and got the truck, took it to Grenada, were you ever involved in any of those trips other than moving trips?
Yes,
Doing work for his grandfather, things of that nature. You're involved in those things, correct?
correct.
There were instances in which you weren't involved. Is that fair to say?
I would assume so.
Earlier, you testified.
Let's have a smaller identification.
Hey.
Mr. King, I'm gonna hand you the document. Draw your attention to line 53 over here. And if you'll go over a few columns, do you recognize that phone number right there? Can you identify that number?
I don't know the number.
Well, let me ask you another question. Can you identify the number
Oh,
underneath that? Right?
yes, that's my number.
Okay, and what is that phone number?
You want me to say my phone number?
Objection, Your Honor. It says recognize this number. I don't think you should have to say this phone number out.
Oh, yeah, yeah, no problem. Okay. And we'll draw your attention to,
Put that to the record, if you're not gonna, don't want to say his phone number, but give some kind of identifier on it anyway. So the record be clear as to what number we're talking about anyway.
the last 4 digits of that number, you recognize those as being your cell phone number, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you recognize that message that was sent to you to that number.
Correct.
Okay. And what does that message say?
Says Emily need those screws tomorrow.
Okay. The next entry would be a message from your phone number with those last digits being 6909.
Correct.
And what does that message say?
I left them in Love House. You're gonna have to go get them. I'm in Hattiesburg.
And is that referencing the conversation that previously testified that you, Mr. Harrington, had on the 7th
Correct.
of July 2022?
Correct.
Brief indulgence, John. Let me ask you this question, Mr. King. In between July 8th and the date in which you were apprehended by Oxford Police Department interviewed, did you and Mr. Harrington happen to go on, have any moves together?
You said together? I believe we had one move together between
When
then.
that was?
I wouldn't tell you, I couldn't tell you an exact date, but I believe it was maybe a week before he was arrested.
Okay. So that would have been somewhere in between July the 12th and July the 20th, or excuse me, the 22nd, in that time period.
Yes.
Y'all remember talking about that move?
Talking about the move?
Scheduling it?
Yeah, yeah,
Y'all corresponded with each other about the move during that time frame?
correct.
Nothing further, no.
All right. You may cross, you may redirect.
Mr. King, you mentioned that you lived at the Links. At the time, that's an apartment complex,
Correct.
and it's located here in Oxford, Mississippi.
Yes, ma'am.
Where is it located?
If you're going towards Batesville, I've lived here so long and I still don't know the streets or the highways.
But it's sort of like going back towards Bay.
Yeah, going towards Batesville, yeah.
Okay, and what about in relation to Walmart? Is it close to Walmart?
I would say it's probably like maybe 4 or 5 minutes from Walmart.
So it's about a 4 to 5 minute trip from the Links to Walmart, right?
Correct.
And at the time of this freeway to Hattiesburg, the truck was parked at the Links, correct?
Correct.
On cross just now, you testified that you all could go get the truck without each other if you wanted to, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you didn't always tell each other when you were going to get the truck, right?
Can you rephrase that question?
Of course. If you needed the truck, did you always tell Tim Herrington that you needed the truck?
I would say more times than not.
And did he do that for you as well?
I would assume so.
But when it came to moves,
Oh,
did you all tell each other about the moves?
correct.
So if y'all had a move, you all would inform each other.
Correct.
Is that because you were business partners in this company together, moving company?
Correct.
The box truck was seized from you. Would it be fair to say July 26th? Does that make it sound good? 2022?
It sounds right.
So, and earlier, you said you've never received it back, right?
I have not.
So between July 8th, which you said you only haven't moved that day, and July 26th, did you have moves?
Yes.
Did you have multiple moves?
Yes.
And it was, that's the summer, right?
Correct.
So is that one of your busiest seasons?
It is. It's peak moving season.
Brief and go. No further questions. Your Honor.
May this witness be found excused?
Yes, Your Honor, that's it.
Thank you for being here, Mr. King. You're free to go and you're welcome to stay with whenever when you like, okay? Everybody good on the jury? All right, who would the state call as the next witness? Sure, why not? We've come this far. Let's take a short break though. Let's make the key short anyway, okay? All right, Mr. Torrey, you had something you want to bring the court's attention?
Yes, Your Honor. I draw the court's attention back to Ripley when we had the hearing on the search warrant issue. And during cross-examination, it came to light that there had been some continued criminal investigation since the indictment from law enforcement officers, some searches that had taken place. And my understanding was, the court can correct me if I'm wrong.
I told them to tell you what they were and when they were.
Um,
I told them to tell you what they searched for and when I told them to tell you what they've done since then anyway.
That's right. Your Honor, in addition, they did, in fact, Mr. Creekmore gave me in an email, a text of where they searched, the locations. I think there were 2 locations, I believe. One here in Oxford and one down in Grenada. But I thought I was going to get a report with some information of who did those searches and stuff like that. So I did not get any of that. I'm not faulting Mr. Creekmore. He said he gave me what he had, but
I'm going to ask the state to get somebody working on a more detailed, detailed.
he has represented to me that there was no evidentiary value resulting from those searches. But
I believe the testimony was at that time that they were continuing to search for a body and hadn't found it.
Right.
But
body and evidence.
I would.
I just like to have.
I would like somebody from the state to be working on find out what agency has performed searches, where they were searching for, and where they were searching at, and what they were searching for, and what if anything's been found.
And if I don't think they've done anything else other than those 2 things, according to Mr. Creekmore.
I'm going to direct that be done. Okay. Before we bring the jury in, I think it's going to. I don't know who the next witness is, but sometime probably today or tomorrow one, there's going to be, I suspect, law enforcement witnesses that we took up late at the jury been released yesterday about the procedure when the defense was cross-examining those witnesses, particularly about crime lab submissions and returns from those submissions, and generally what was not found instead of what was found. And when I sat out there and set up here, it was judges handled it different about once I'm going to allow you to cross-examine the witnesses about what was and was not found based on a crime lab report, but whether ultimately that crime lab report will be able to be admitted into evidence to go back to the jury or not. Judges handle it both ways back when I was out there and set up here, and I'd like to know what the right answer is. So if y'all won't get to somebody spinning the wheel trying to figure out the correct answer to that question, I would like to know that answer anyway. All right. Who would state? Let's go. Everybody ready? If everybody's ready, show the jury in. I do know that it's 11:32. Time has gotten away from me this morning. I didn't realize it's that late. How long a witness you got, Mr. Creekmore?
We'll have to take a break during his
All
testimony.
right, we'll go till somebody rings the lunch bell. Whenever lunch gets delivered, let us know and we'll take a break shortly thereafter. I don't want y'all eating cold beans. If you haven't eaten beans for lunch, you want to be hot. Who would you call your next witness?
Shane Fortner.
Shane Fortner. Somebody bring Mr. Fortner.
Tell us who you are.
I'm Shane Fortner,
All right, what do you do?
the Emergency Management Director for the City of Oxford.
All right, what is that? What are your duties and responsibilities?
Duties and responsibility are keep up with anything weather-related, respond to any natural disasters or man-made disasters in the City of Oxford.
All right, how long you been doing that?
A little over 2 years.
Prior to that position, what were you doing?
I was the lieutenant for the Oxford Police Department Criminal Investigation Division.
All right. Back in July of 2022, what was your title with Oxford Police Department?
A lieutenant.
All right. So how long were you lieutenant?
Between a year and 2 years. I'm not sure exactly how long.
About 2 years.
Yes, sir.
And just tell the jury what your duties and responsibilities as lieutenant at OPD entailed.
So my role was to supervise the criminal investigation division, manage the budget for that division, also the personnel, and any active investigations that would go on, I would be involved with.
All right. I want to direct your attention to July of 2022.
Okay.
When did you first become aware of a missing person involving Jay Lee?
I was first advised of this on July 10th. I became aware of Mr. Jimmie J. Lee missing from the University Police Department, or from Ole Miss, and it was an investigation by the University Police Department.
Okay. And how would you have been made aware?
I don't remember exactly how I was made aware, but after I reached out to Captain Jane Mahan with the University Police Department and offered any assistance they may need.
All right. Was she over that part of the UPD's investigation?
Yes, at that time, I believe she was the captain over investigations.
All right. So you reached out to her and offered any assistance, resources from OPD.
Yes, sir.
What happened after that?
So later on that day, I reached back out to her just to see if they still needed assistance. She had then informed me that they believed the student was off campus. So at that point in time, we discussed OPD getting involved. So I reached out to Detective Ryan Baker and Detective Mike Burks and asked them to respond to the University Police Department to meet with their investigations and get a brief on the case.
All right. They got briefed by UPD. They report back to you?
Yes, sir. I went to the Criminal Investigation Division that night and waited for Oxford Police Department and waited on them to return, and they briefed me once they returned on what they found out.
All right. So July 10th, you're notified. What happened the next day? You sent the two investigators over there, Mike Burks and Ryan Baker?
Yes, sir. So the next day, July 11th, Oxford PD and University PD investigators met at the Oxford Police Department Criminal Investigation Division at 10 Industrial Park Drive, and both departments briefed on the case.
All right. Now, what was going on with you at that time?
At that time, actually, on the 10th, had started becoming sick, so I did not go to engage with anybody. Tried to stay away on the 11th while they actually briefed out in the bullpen area. I stayed in my office not to pass on any sickness I may have.
Thought you might be contagious, so you limited your contact?
Say it one more time, sir.
You thought you might be contagious, so you limited your contact with
Absolutely.
the investigators. But that was between UPD and OPD.
Yes, sir.
All right. And at the time, they knew that Jay Lee was missing, and had they gathered the footage from Campus Walk Apartments where Jay Lee lived?
Yes, sir. I believe they had.
All right. So you were aware that they knew that he had left the apartment in the
Yes, sir.
early morning hours of July 8th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
Do you know approximately what time that was that showed Jay Lee leaving the apartment? And I represent to you that it's already in evidence.
I don't know the exact time. I do know he comes back to his apartment from what I recall, and then he leaves. I'm not sure of the exact times, no, sir.
Approximately 5:58 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Does that sound about
That
right?
would sound about right.
Okay. Yeah, I like that there. That's right. All right. What happened after that?
Later on July 11th, I went to seek medical treatment to see what was wrong. Ended up coming down with the flu and had to leave, take leave of absence.
Leave of absence. You were out of commission for several days.
Yeah, the rest of that week, yes, sir.
The rest of that week, were you still being updated on any developments?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. And then when you reported back for duty, what happened personally for you?
So when I returned back on July 20th to the Oxford Police Department Criminal Investigation Division and was updated on the case, and then more development started to occur at that time.
All right. So when you reported back, what happened?
So on July 20th, detectives were able to get into the Snapchat information for Jay Lee and recover that data, and were able to view messages between Jay Lee and a Red Eye _24.
Okay. Now, when you say investigators, we've heard testimony from Ben Douglas Was he working with your investigator, Ryan Baker, on that social media and the access that they had through the university's passwords for Jay Lee?
Yes, he was. Both of them were actively working on this.
All right. Were you aware that Ben Douglas had actually gained access to Jay Lee's personal accounts?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. And that they were able to see some messages coming in on his Snapchat that came from a @redeye_24.
Yes, sir. For one I recall, they were able to see the messages coming in from @redeye_24, but they were not able to see the messages that Jay Lee had sent.
And that was on July the 20th.
Yes, sir.
All right. Any other developments that day?
No, sir, none that I recall.
All right. What happened after that?
July 21st, we were able to determine that @redeye_24 was in fact a male identified as Timothy Herrington.
And if you could just briefly describe to the jury your understanding of how they identified the account of @redeye_24 as Tim Herrington.
So from my recollection, they were able to go through Google accounts and different variations of that to actually get back that @redeye_24 was Tim Herrington. As far as the full process of how they did each step, I don't know how exactly each step goes.
All right. So within that, the conversations that they were observing in Jay Lee's Snapchat, what was the information contained in those messages significant?
It was because, as I stated previously, we could see what @redeye_24 was sending. We didn't know what Jay Lee was sending, but what Red Eye was sending to Jay Lee was, in fact, asking this individual to come over.
All right. So were you aware during that time frame of July 8th to this point in time of July 22nd that UPD had sent out on social media publicly asking for information concerning Jay Lee?
Yes, yes.
All right. Were you aware at that time, July 22nd, that Khalid Fears had responded to that public request for information regarding Jay Lee?
Yes, sir. I was, in fact, aware that Khalid Fears had called in and talked to the University Police Department.
And if you could tell the jury why it was significant, the information that he provided in that tip to the information you saw in that Red Eye conversation on Jay Lee's Snapchat.
Yes, sir. So the information that Khalid Fears provided officers was that he was speaking.
Have sort of been gone through twice already. He didn't contain this. He'll just summarize and provide that information. I don't want to get involved in a situation where we're two or three different versions of what occurred.
I'm gonna let him, let the state have some leeway and bring us up to speed on where we were on everything. So I'm gonna deny objection to Tammy. Yeah, floor is open if you want, if that we get too far, okay?
Yes, sir.
Just briefly describe for the jury the significance of those two pieces of information, the tip from Khalid Fears and the Red Eye messages that were on Jay Lee's Snapchat.
Yes, sir. So Mr. Fears reached out and he was stated that he had was speaking with Jay Lee over the phone the morning of the 8th, and he was going back to see someone that he had previously been in a met earlier. And so also Mr. Fears made mention that they were in some type of argument, and Mr. Fears knew that when he was talking to Jay Lee, that he got into his car and drove to a location. He just did not know what that location was.
All right. So the timing of the messages on Red Eye Snapchat consistent with the timing of the call to Khalid Fears?
Yes, sir, they were.
And did you see the footage as part of your investigation of Jay Lee leaving his apartment?
Yes, sir. He leaves Campus Walk and drives off. Where his final destination was, we were not aware.
Do you recall whether he had his phone with him and appeared to be interacting with his phone on that video surveillance from Campus Walk?
Yes, as he's leaving, it appears that he's in a conversation with someone.
And was that time frame consistent with Khalid Fears and the Red Eye Snapchat messages?
Yes, sir. It was.
Timelines.
Yes, sir.
Early morning hours of July 8th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. So after the significant, the break of identifying @redeye_24 as Tim Herrington, what happened after that?
So officers were able to see, we were able to see that a male running out of Mollybar Trails on July 21st, and that same male we got video from Rockets, that same male coming down Mollybar from the hill, and that same male getting into a white vehicle.
All right, why, you're back from being sick. Why were investigators with the Oxford Police Department looking at video footage from Mollybar Trails?
So they were looking at video footage from Mollybar Trails because Jay Lee's car enters the complex. So they were reviewing footage to see if they see anything that would give them a lead in the next step.
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't hear all of your response.
Yes, sir.
What did you say?
We were looking at video of Mollybar Trails because Jimmie J. Lee's car went into Mollybar Trails. So we were reviewing footage after that car went into Mollybar Trails to determine.
How did you know Jay Lee's car was at Mollybar Trails?
Because we see video of it entering the
Now,
complex.
before you had video, I think early on,
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, it's his witness.
I don't think he's leaving. He just rephrasing his question.
Right. Thank you, Your Honor. Prior to having video footage of Jay Lee's car, how did OPD know that Jay Lee's car was at Mollybar Trails?
Because we were informed that it was towed by Bandit Towing from Mollybar Trails.
All right. And what day was it towed?
I don't exactly know the exact date. But I can refer to my notes if I can find it.
For the record, I don't have objection to that testimony. I thought it was.
All right, I'm going to hand you what's already been received into evidence. Have you ever seen that exhibit 13? Is that 13? Exhibit 13. Have you seen that before?
Yes, sir, I have.
And is that the receipt from Bandit Towing where they towed the Jay Lee's vehicle?
Yes, sir, Bandit Towing's right here in the top left corner notated.
All right. And the date on that?
The date on this is July the 8th, 2022 at 1:50 p.m.
Okay. So, you know Jay Lee's car is there. The footage that Oxford Police Department was looking at Mollybar Trails was from what date?
Of July the 8th.
All right, so OPD is gathered all that footage and is looking through that. About how long did your investigators look through footage from Mollybar Trails?
I don't know the exact.
July 8th, 2022.
From July 8th, 2022.
The footage from July 8th, 2022 at Mollybar Trails.
So they reviewed the footage, and after the car comes in, they reviewed the footage, and then approximately 9 minutes later, an individual seen running out of Mollybar Trails.
Okay. Was that significant?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Was it significant? Because of its significance, what did y'all do?
We watched the male as he got to Mollybar Road, and then were able to determine that he turned right on Mollybar Road. And then knowing that Rockets gas station was down from there, we went down there and retrieved video footage.
All right. And from that footage, what did you observe?
We observed that same individual come through the intersection of Mollybar Road and McElroy Road. He goes past the gas station behind what appears to be an 18-wheeler trailer, and then a white car that was going the same direction pulled into the gas station. That individual that was seen running out of Mollybar Trails and down Mollybar Road then gets into that white vehicle.
All right. What did you do after you identified that white vehicle?
So
How did you identify that white vehicle?
So we looked at the car, zoomed in, tried to see if we could find any descriptors on the car. The University Police Department was actually able to find that car later on. They're able to locate that car on July 22nd.
Okay. How did they locate that car?
It was parked at, they located it through, once they found the description of the car, they located a similar vehicle at Campus Walk.
Okay. All right. Did you say that it had a university sticker on it?
It had a Ole Miss tag and a university student decal on it.
All right. And were y'all able to find sufficient information from that
We were able to match up the car from Rocket's video to the car that was seen in Campus Walk. At that point in time, we took the tag number of that car and put it in our report management system, and were able to identify that a traffic stop had occurred with that car on July 8th, shortly after the male seen him running out of Molly Bar Trails gets into that white car. And so we went into our the Oxford Police Department Axon evidence viewer to see the body cam footage of the officer that made that traffic stop. Once we reviewed the footage of that traffic stop, we're able to identify the driver as Keziah Carter, and the same male seen running out of Molly Bar Trails, running down Molly Bar Road that gets into that white car was seen in the passenger seat of that vehicle.
All right. So after that point, y'all were looking for Keziah Carter.
Yes, sir.
You're looking, can you describe for the jury how y'all were looking for Keziah Carter, and did you find it?
Yes, sir, we did. We were able to locate Keziah Carter. Once we located him, we brought him down to the Criminal Investigation Division, where he spoke to myself and Detective Baker. Keziah Carter, we showed him footage and asked him about, who the individual was that he picked up, and he identified that individual as Tim Herrington.
All right. So the day before, you had connected redeye_24 to Tim Herrington.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then how long was it from then until Keziah Carter, you're interviewing him, and he says the individual that was in the passenger seat with me was Tim Herrington?
It was the very next day.
All right. Do you know how many hours that was?
I don't know the actual hours. I would approximately put it in between 15 and 20 hours.
Now, at the time that you had connected redeye_24 with Tim Herrington, had you made a decision to go speak to Tim Herrington?
No, sir.
All right. But then after Keziah Carter identifies the person in that vehicle with him that we see on the Rockets video, what did you decide to do?
It was time to talk to Tim Herrington.
Your Honor, may we approach?
That, Mr. Rainey, you said they provided you some kind of hard drive or something you could download it onto. I want you to be in charge of that. Instead of them handling the documents and giving them back, you just be in charge of copying and returning them and returning the exhibits to the court reporter, okay? All right. All right. Mr. Torrent, is there going to be anything we need to take up before the jury comes back in?
Yes, sir. We need to make our official record as the court's previous ruling on search warrant on the state.
Okay, yes, we have a, it's gonna take a minute. Ricky, if you would tell the jury that we're gonna be just a little while, but did I believe at some point, let me back up here and bring us up to speed. Last Monday, we had a hearing on the suppression of the search warrants. of Mr. Herrington's apartment, and I believe his laptop and phone and such as that. During the court, and I denied the motion to suppress those search warrant. During the time of that search warrant, there became a Miranda issue, and I believe at the conclusion of that, I asked to view what was Exhibit 4 to that hearing on Monday, the video in its entirety. I carried it home with me, viewed the video in the entirety, and contact y'all and let you know what the ruling was. I believe that I announced into a record at some point what that ruling was. There's been no written order found, because it's been bam, bam, bam. And but I believe that I have stated in the record my reasoning for finding for my findings. If I have, I don't want to do it again, because my memory would have been better. Well, my memory would have been better at that time than it would at this time. And I rely on that my statement into the record as to why I ruled the way I did. Can somebody refresh my memory? Did I make a record of that?
You did make a record, and I think you put it on the record again, acknowledging what the ruling was.
All right. Prior to me making that decision, this was all over the Thanksgiving holidays. I asked, each side submitted me some documents by text message and emails, letters of what they think, and some arguments in writing that I considered in that. And I asked both parties to anything they wished to be considered, made a part of the record, for y'all to make that a part of the record, because I did consider that in my decision making. It's your own, at this point, it's your own fault if you hadn't anyway. So
Now, the DA's office filed a written response on letterhead that was sent to the parties, Your Honor, and Brooke. And I did not copy the file on that. Okay.
I would like anything that was submitted to the court to help the court in making its decision be made a part of the court file. And I have repeatedly told parties that I'll give you an opportunity to make a record, because most of what we done was not on the record. And now would be a good time as any to each side make a brief statement as to what their objection was in response thereto. Okay.
Honor, Mr. Dagnall's going to argue or reiterate our position that I believe that we put in the record in Ripley.
I don't know that it. I
Some of
think
it.
it might have been, but little bit, but I'll give you opportunity
Right.
to expand on that today.
Yes, Your Honor, I drafted a motion in limine, and I probably need to talk about this afterwards. I just want the court to be aware of the fact, and the state to be aware of the fact that I drafted a motion in limine, did not file it as to the actual statement that I anticipate that the state will attempt to introduce includes a portion.
You're talking about the pre-handcuff statements, or what?
Video.
The video of
Demonstration.
pre-handcuff statements?
No, Your Honor, the video of the custodial interrogation at the police department, or wherever they took it.
After that, I have not seen that video.
Okay, well,
Do what?
Oh, okay.
No, we
I've
didn't
only
get
seen the video at the department. It's the only video I've seen with Mr. Herrington. I've made no rulings on
That.
on any police department interrogation.
I just want to let the court know, should the court find that that interrogation is admissible, which I don't represent, there would be any other ruling on that statement.
I've not been asked to, but if I will, okay. Go ahead.
The video has a portion of it at the conclusion where Mr. Harrington invokes his right to counsel. The motion in limine would be to redact that portion.
That will, if the rest of it comes in, that is generally redactable anyway. I haven't make no rules on it, but if I do let the rest of it in, that will be redacted.
Your Honor, the motion limited that I originally had was also to redact the conversation between Fears and Shane Fortner makes representations about some of the information that Fears provided to them, to Mr. Harrington. You've already ruled that's admissible, but to the extent that that statement comes in, we would object to that portion of it. I don't expect it to be redacted based on the court's previous rulings. I just want to object to that part of it, if that makes sense. My only redaction is going to be the implication of the right to counsel.
All right, that will be granted, if it becomes relevant, okay? But have you made all the record you want to on the Miranda issue, or go ahead, Mr. Dagnall.
Yes, Judge, just briefly. As of course, where we had our suppression hearing, and then afterward, we supplemented our arguments via email, and just for purposes of putting that on the record, Judge, during the course of the suppression hearing, based on the court's rulings on the Miranda issue, as far as it related to the Herrington interview that occurred at his apartment, just so we can be clear on this, there was essentially two portions of the interview that the court made a distinction of, basically a
Pre-handcuff and post-handcuff.
Handcuff and post-handcuff, Judge. And the distinction was made between that because of the purpose of the pre-handcuff portion of the interview. Detectives came in to interview Mr. Herrington. They had already secured search warrants for the apartment, for the seizure of various items in the apartment, and for the lock audit at that time. And based on the Hunt v. State case, our position was that the analysis of Miranda was based on the totality of circumstances as contemplated by Hunt. And some of the factors to consider there are the number of officers present, the amount of force that's in use, whether or not the individual is able and free to go of their own free will, factors like that. Judge, our position is, while fully understanding the court's distinction between the pre and post handcuff, is that even the pre-handcuff portion of the interview should have been considered custodial due to the nature in which it was conducted, having the search warrants already produced, ready to be acted upon. The fact that despite what officers may have said, clearly Mr. Herrington was not free to go. He was at that point considered the only real suspect being investigated in this case. They had already had officers, aside from the two that were present during the course of the interview, there were multiple officers stationed around the apartment complex, down at the vehicle, in the stairwell, and on the opposite side of the stairwell. Clearly, Mr. Herrington would not have been free to go, gather his devices, hop into his vehicle, and leave, based on the totality of what was about to happen, despite the fact that it hadn't happened at that time. In spite of that argument, in addition to that argument, Judge, the specific request that was made of Mr. Herrington at the time of that interview occurred approximately at noon on July 22nd, 2024, during the course of 2022, during the course of that video that we watched, in about a 15-minute time frame during that interview. During that time, Detective Fortner explicitly told Mr. Herrington that the purpose of their investigation was to try and talk to people who may have had some of the last connections with Mr. J. Lee, and that they were just trying to cross people off their list, get a little statement from them, and that in conjunction with that, they were asking to view text message or other message-related phone data, messages and things like that, with the exact language that he used, text messages or anything like that from around the time frame he went missing, referring to J. Lee going missing sometime in the early morning of July 8th, 2022. That was a very limited request and a limited scope of what it is the officers were asking at that time. Admittedly, Mr. Herrington gave them permission to view his phone based on the limited request that was asked of him by the officers.
Let me interrupt you just 1 second anyway. Or direct this to the state is has a state or doesn't take a state attempt to introduce evidence or testimony outside that time frame, around from other than what time they're around that Mr. Herrington went missing. Does that make any sense? He's made a distinction about, he's asked for information around the time Mr. Herrington went missing. Is there anything before that the state intends to introduce?
I don't know right off the top of my head. There may be, but I will say this. As part of the response to the motion, in that phone dump, Mr. Herrington provides.
I'm gonna give you a chop about that. But I just had a very.
That was outside the time scope.
Okay, go ahead. All right, go ahead.
And Judge, that's exactly correct. And that was not part of the hearing. I believe that was supplemented in some of the emails that were done after the fact, because then the state, rather than making the argument that they had kind of a twofold argument, Judge, that first, and I believe what the court's ruling was that Mr. Herrington gave them complete and unfettered consent to the entire contents of his phone. And that's just not supported by the video evidence of the interrogation, because it was a very clearly limited request for a limited scope to view those records in a limited time frame. And the other materials that were found on the phone were not considered within this time frame that they were searching at the time. Then after that, then aside from the argument that the consent was a complete unfettered consent to the full contents of the phone, the state also argued that because, I believe this was not on the record, this was the supplementary portion, is that because there was a text message contained somewhere else in the phone during a different unrelated time frame from the request that was made of him at that time, he had sent the password to his computer, so that the contents of the computer would then fall under the inevitable disclosure doctrine. This is an important distinction and argument because, as it was clear on the video, and it's clear by the issuance of the search warrant for the computer that did not exist until the 25th of July, based on the body camera footage that has been reviewed, you can clearly see an officer, I believe who was with ABC, typing away, accessing his computer after Mr. Herrington had been placed in handcuffs and was directed to turn over his passwords after being told that they had a search warrant for them. As far as the inevitable discovery goes, Judge, it's clearly not inevitable discovery as to the password, because during the course of that hearing, Detective Baker put on testimony that the evidence that they got by obtaining his passcodes was incriminating, and that it was paramount to their investigation, because without the passwords, it would have taken them years to break into the computer using whatever extrapolation or extraction methods that they would ordinarily introduce. His own testimony showed that they had to have the passwords for the phone and the laptop that was recorded. That was the testimony that was provided during the course of this hearing on the 25th in Ripley. So the fact that making the argument on the inevitable discovery doctrine is not applicable here, but it's still entirely not applicable because our position is they had to have the search warrants to get into the full contents of either device, because the consent, which we do admit that Mr. Herrington gave consent during his initial interview, but it was to a very specific, limited request for access to messages and things like that from the time period that Jay Lee was missing. So, Judge, we submit that any consent for that limited scope and purpose to extend beyond that would have required a search warrant to go into them as to the phone records and the computer. And Judge, this is a copy of the email supplementation that I provided on behalf of the defendant, and I'd offer to add that into the record as far as it went to the hearing we had on the 25th, Judge.
Do y'all want this made an exhibit to this, the next numbered exhibit to this trial testimony? What's better for you? As go back and relate it back to that Monday a week ago hearing, or just I'm just gonna make it the next numbered exhibit?
Judge, I think that I would probably request, since the creation of these documents were directly after that hearing, that these be exhibits to supplement that hearing and not this trial.
That would make more sense. Working with that in practicality, I'm gonna do both.
Yes, Judge.
How about we do both?
Abundance of caution is always.
Abundance, too much caution is better than, let me,
Thank you, Your Honor.
all right. Does either party, I've got two November 26, one from Horan and one from the district attorney's office. There's no objection. I'm going to ask that these be made, the Horan as the, I think my list of exhibits is on my desk back there. The Horan will be made as a next numbered exhibit for ID only in this trial, and then the state's supplement will be made as the following exhibit. And I'm going to ask you were there last Monday. Can you find some way to make these as exhibits to that as well? Can you put two stickers on them? All right. The Horan is going to be D54. I'm going to call it memo for Miranda from November 26th. ID only. S55 is going to be memo from state 11/26 Miranda. I remember the video that y'all asked me to look at. exhibit number 4. This may well be 5 and 6, but you'll determine what the, Sarah, would you pass these down to her? All right, I'll hear from the state now.
As far as consent, we disagree with characterization that it was for a limited time frame. And on the, if the court recalls from the interview with Tim Herrington at the apartment on the 22nd, he opens his phone up and hands it to them. To me, that act is even more important than verbal. If you've got an iPhone today and you open it up and hand it to somebody, you're handing them everything. And included on that phone were passwords.
All right, I'm going to, court has previously announced this ruling. The video does, and I have made a ruling before that once Mr. Herrington was placed in handcuffs, that was his statements after that time were custodial interrogation. Any statements he made prior to being placed in handcuffs were non-custodial interrogation. The arguments about the number of officers, show of force, and things like that, the video will show that the officers went to great effort, including on the video, making other officers leave and get out of sight before they went into Mr. Herrington's apartment. The blinds were closed. There was no indication or any way, court don't feel any way that Mr. Herrington knew that there was any officers involved in his questioning other than the 2 officers there. And it was pretty much one officer doing all the talking. It was very low-key, congenial, consensual court feels. It was non-custodial interrogation. I think whether a person is in custody or not in custody, I think would be in the mind of the detainee or thereof. And I don't see anything that indicates to Mr. Herrington that he was in custody at that time. And any statements that he made prior to being put in handcuffs were non-custodial. Mr. Herrington did open his cell phone and hand it to the officers and say, here. Court believes that when he opened his phone and said here, and the officer spent many minutes looking at it, that he had consented to the search of his phone. There was no indication that he ever withdrew that consent from the search of his phone. Testimony has been that once that phone was accessed, first off, that the phone and the laptop were linked. Getting into one would get you into the other. And also the password for the computer was contained in the phone, and that would have led to its discovery. And that's going to be the court's ruling that there has that those not suppressing the contents of the phone or the computer. And I am finding that any statement made prior to Mr. Herrington being placed in handcuffs were non-custodial. And if offered to be admitted, I'll admit them. Is that something you're going to take up with this offer or at this time or not?
Sorry?
Is the interview with Mr. Herrington at his apartment something that you're taking up with this officer today or not? All right, that's court's ruling. I think everybody's made your record. Time will tell if I'm right or wrong, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, give me about a 2-minute break and I'll be right back.
I think Mr. Abraham brought up some things about a motion in limine that pertains to the interview at CID, custodial.
Yes, I have ruled that the invocation of Mr. Herrington, I have not ruled on the admissibility of that document, of that video. I would say that in the event that I do admit that, if there's proper Miranda warnings given and that kind of thing, and if there's invocation of the attorney-client right to an attorney, that portion, his request for an attorney will be stricken anyway. We won't be able to ask that.
I would just point out for the court that there's logistical implications to that ruling. This is the witness we were going to proffer that evidence through. We had the entire interview ready to be introduced.
Get ready to start.
And it would have, I just want to point out that would have been more efficient had it been brought up before the lunch hour, so we wouldn't be waiting on the exhibit.
We ran past efficiency about 9:15 on Tuesday morning.
Modified pursuant to the court's order about, I don't know, 10 minutes to.
I do apologize. I really just thought about it. I had a written motion drafted that I was hoping to bring up before.
Whenever,
I'm sorry.
whenever the motion was brought, whether it's contemporaneous or not,
I'm sorry.
that's all right. But I think the law is pretty clear that should be redacted from the video whenever it takes place. And
I will ask the court's instruction on when that jump drive was brought to me. I'm assuming while I'm in the middle of my examination, continued examination with Mr. Fortner, that they'll need.
y'all, let's not, once it's brought, I want somebody from Mr. Horan's office to get with somebody from DA's office to say, hey, this one's good to go. That's how it extracted anyway, okay?
I have a transcription of the statement, and I don't mind offering the transcription at the appropriate time. If he wants to do an ID or something to allow him.
At this point, get somebody, if you wish to introduce that video. I haven't ruled on its admissibility, but if you work on the assumption that it is admissible, get somebody to taking that portion of the interview. And I don't know if that's the end of the interview, middle of the interview, or what anyway. I don't have any way to know, but I just know that it's not admissible. All right, somebody get to work on that. I'm gonna take a quick break and get talking back to this witness anyway. Feedback. Witness examine.
The developments from July 21st, 2022 and July 22nd, 2022 that resulted in a decision to go talk to Tim Herrington.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And if you don't mind, just briefly tell the jury what those were.
So the decisions to go talk to Mr. Herrington resulted in the Snapchat messages that we were able to see from Red Eye 24. We couldn't go, again, going back, we couldn't see what Jay Lee sent. Red Eye 24 was identified as Tim Herrington. We have a Jay Lee's car going into Molly Bar Trails. See a male run out of Molly Bar Trails. He runs down to Rockets gas station on Molly Bar Road, and then he's.
We just gearing back up after lunch break. Go ahead. Sort of like when you're watching TV, watching those thing on TV, when they always give you just a little bit of what you had before you start back. So let's make it real brief anyway.
Real brief. You're about done, I think.
I was almost there, yes. Male around Molly Bar Trails. He runs down to Rockets where he's picked up by an individual later identified as Keziah Carter. Keziah Carter then, once we make contact with him, tells him that he picked up Tim Herrington and took him back to the Faith Place.
All right. So I believe on the morning of July 22nd, you get that information. With that information, what preparations did you make and why?
We, based on the information we had, again, going back to the Snapchat messages all the way up, identifying Tim Herrington, getting picked up in the car after seeing run out of Molly Bar Trails where Jay Lee's car previously was, we wanted to make contact and talk to Tim Herrington. And some of the preparations made in advance of that was to prepare a search warrant for Tim Herrington's apartment.
So what did you do in that regard to try to get a search warrant for Tim Herrington's apartment?
So search warrant was typed up and taken before a judge and presented to him. The search warrant was signed while myself and Detective Baker went over to Lafayette Place. Once Detective Mike Burks returned to Lafayette Place and arrived in the parking lot, myself and Detective Baker went up to Mr. Herrington's apartment.
Prior to knocking on Tim Herrington's door, were you aware that the search warrant had been signed by the judge?
Yes, sir.
All right. At that point, just because you knew that you had a search warrant for that apartment, did that mean that you were going to execute that search warrant?
No, sir, it did not.
All right. Can you explain that to the jury?
Absolutely. Just because we had a search warrant for Mr. Harrington's apartment Our main goal was to go there and talk to him. Had we talked to Mr. Herrington and he provided information of the whereabouts of Jay Lee, or even if Mr. Jay Lee he let us in, I let him talk to him, Mr. Lee was sitting on the couch. Anything's possible as far as the explanation he could have given. So we did not intend to go there. We intended to go.
Okay, I note your objection for the record anyway, by previous reason. Go ahead.
You were explaining to the jury that just because you had a search warrant didn't mean that you were going to execute the search warrant.
Absolutely not.
And can you, if you want to finish that for the jury?
Yes, like I said, we want to talk to Mr. Harrington. If Mr. Harrington had provided us information that would able to direct us with our investigation to locating and finding Mr. Jay Lee, that would have been sufficient for us. There's a lot of people we talked to over the course of this investigation that were able to point us in a direction one way or the other.
All right. Now, so yourself and Ryan Baker went to Tim Harrington's apartment, correct?
Yes, sir.
What time of day was it approximately?
It was approximately 12:36 p.m.
Was the entirety of that contact with Tim Harrington at his apartment at Lafayette Place on July 22nd, 2022 recorded?
Yes, it was.
All right. And all right, this jump drive that I removed from this envelope, have you seen that before?
Yes.
No approach right quick anyway. Court has found a portion of his custodial interrogation, a portion of his non-custodial interrogation, which would have been Exhibit 4 to our hearing from Monday of last week. Before we started playing, I wanted to make sure whether the parties were agreement for it all to be played pre-custodial and post-custodial interrogation.
Yes, Your Honor. I hope the court's not going to make me stand up and object again at the time of
Your objections have been well noted for the record anyway. You don't, if you don't mind at all playing through, we'll play it all the way through. But I want to be clear on that point before I can't unring a bell anyway. What's that? All right. When the jury comes back, I understand that other than the objection previously noted, that the video can be played in its entirety. All right. Show the jury.
No, Your Honor. Hold on one second.
Okay. Oh. Well,
Got notes on this particular.
what number we have?
This is 19.
Same,
minutes.
same.
Is there anything that you don't?
Where does the video end? Where does the video end?
All right, it's S56.
No, when the play in the video, I think if we look at the start of the video and the end of the video, I think everybody will know what's in between, as long as you know the video doesn't run longer than somebody's anticipating anyway.
Well, they don't have any objections to the full thing. There's activity before contact with Tim Herrington, and there's activity after he's placed in handcuffs.
That's what they said they don't have any objection to that, but I want to make sure we know where the video starts. We're all agreement on that. I want to make sure somebody looks at the end of the video so that when everybody's agreeing, they know exactly what they're agreeing to. Because I've looked at the entire video, what I believe to be the entire video. It appears the video showing the beginning of the video and the end of the video, and that's the beginning and the end that I saw. And I just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page about the beginning and the end of the video. All right, this one. All right, I didn't want any surprises anyway, what I was trying to say. All right, if everybody's ready, let's show the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, as your man knows, I'm quick to give a compliment, but I'm quick to call somebody out too. You know, this morning I was complimenting the clerk on his fine work on our shades anyway, but you know, I'm gonna have to retract my compliments anyway. My sunshade's coming down anyway, but, you may continue your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant Porter, we were looking at Exhibit 56. The question to you was, have you reviewed the contents of that jump drive?
Yes, sir, I have.
Does it accurately depict the contact that you and Ryan Baker had with Tim Herrington on July 22nd, 2022?
Yes, sir, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask that Exhibit 56 be received.
The objections have been noted for the record, and court's rulings as such that I am going to admit Exhibit 56 into the record.
All right, permission to publish.
You have it.
All right, where are you right there?
In front of Timothy Harrington's apartment.
All right, you knocked on the door. All right, announce your presence.
Yes.
All right. Now, you've already detailed sort of your background understanding of what your investigation showed.
Yes, sir.
At this point, does Tim Harrington know what you know about the case?
He doesn't know what I know about the case now.
stop it right there. Can you identify the person in the dark colored muscle shirt?
Yes, that's Tim Harrington,
All right, and then the other person in that image is who?
myself.
All right, now, it appears that this is being recorded by a body cam,
Yes, sir.
and who's wearing that body cam?
Detective Ryan Baker.
All right. I just want to inquire from the court, is that audio,
Not the best.
are you able to hear that?
I can, but, more important
Make
question,
sure.
more important question, can the jury hear it anyway? Y'all hear? it?
We good?
It's a little muffled, I guess would be a good way to,
I do believe the audio system here is better. So if it becomes a problem, if the court wants to allow.
I'm on you listen, I'm gonna let you make your own decisions about where you play it anyway, okay?
Okay.
What's that now?
This one screen's not working.
We got one screen, that's not working. Let's try to get that going before we continue. Yep. We got one screen that's not working anyway. Working now? Well, that's all we're worried about now. Thank you. I'm gonna let you make your own decisions about where you wish to play it at, okay?
So you're going in the, did you identify why you were there, the purpose for talking to Tim Harrington?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
We wanted to see if Tim Harrington could provide us with any information related to the Jaylee.
Missing person?
Yes.
And had you been doing that in the area?
Oh, yes. We've been around the city talking in different apartment complexes and
All right. At that point, at 4:38, was that statement from Tim Harrington important to you?
it was.
What did he say?
He said he ain't seen him since he's been gone.
All right. Since he's been gone. Okay. And before he said, since he's been gone, what did he say?
So you ask your question again?
What did he say right before that?
I do not recall, sir.
All right, let's back it up just a few seconds. Since he's been gone, I haven't heard it.
Yes.
All right. Had you, at this point, told him anything about a date that Jaylee went missing?
No, he just, no dates.
And so right there, just before 4:44, I'm going to replay that. His statement there about since he's been gone and at this point, does that indicate to you that he knows when he went missing?
I abstain the objection.
He wasn't sure of the date according to him at that time, but he did say that night.
That night, he specified that night.
I'll sustain the objection. Don't leave your witness.
Was he sure about the exact date here on the interview according to him?
He said that night.
All right, I'm gonna stop there. What he's talking about is that night. And that's gonna be the day that Jay Lee was went missing, correct?
Yes, sir.
Had he said anything to you at this point about?
I'm gonna let him ask this question. Go ahead.
At this point, had Tim Harrington said anything about an early morning encounter with Jay Lee?
No, sir. All he kept saying was that night.
Had Tim Harrington said anything about having Snapchat messages with Jay Lee in the early morning hours?
No, sir, he did not.
All right. Now, right there, what information had you provided that you knew about your investigation?
That the vehicle had been found at Molly Bar Trails, and Mr. Jay Lee liked to dress as a female.
So going back to the car, what was the question that you asked?
Did he have any gut feeling on how that car ended up at Molly Bar Trails?
And his response was what?
No.
All right. And even though he said no, he doesn't have any idea, what did you know about Tim Harrington and Molly Bar Trails?
I knew that Tim Harrington ran out of Molly Bar Trails the morning of the 8th and went down to Rockets and got picked up by Josiah Carter and taken back. So I knew Tim Harrington was at Molly Bar Trails. All right. Prior to getting into how did you know he was going to come over, did you inquire as to whether he had, I mean, he agreed that he knew that he liked to dress fashionably. Yes, sir.
What was his response to whether they had a more than just an acquaintance, friendship relationship?
He said he did not have any kind of sexual relationship with him.
All right. At this time, did you indicate to him that you knew what their messages were about on Snapchat? Okay. All right. What were y'all talking about here?
We were talking about if where Jay Lee, if Tim did anything, where they met at, or how Jay Lee knew Tim was home, and how he can make did Jay Lee reach out to him and call him, or reach out any kind of other any kind of electronic device to know Tim was home, and he said he met Jay Lee earlier at either Walmart or Home Depot.
All right, sounds good. All right. Right there, if you were able to hear, y'all are talking about what?
Molly Bar Trails.
All right. Now, what was significant about his response?
He said Tim Herrington said he doesn't go over there much because they tow from over there.
Okay.
And to me, that was significant because he knows the towing practices of that business in that complex.
All right. Was that additional information that he provided significant to you about Molly Bar Trails?
Oh, absolutely. Tim Herrington said he hadn't been over there in a few months, but we were able to find video of him running out of the complex that morning on July 8th.
All right. Why was that important information to you right there? You saw him, he leaves, but he doesn't come back.
Yes. Asking Tim if he saw Jay Lee, which he said he did. He leaves, which Tim said he did. He doesn't come back according to Tim. It was very important because Khalid Fears already knew that he came back over there. He was going to meet somebody that had previously blocked him on some social device, and he was going back to meet somebody that he had met earlier in the night.
All right. And in canvassing people that were associated with Jay Lee, would you ask a question like,
Being a witness, would you ask questions like this or that? I mean,
I'm gonna ask you to rephrase your questions. I don't know exactly what it's gonna be, so.
started out as a question.
Yes, started out that way. I bet it's going to end that way.
The questions that you were asking Tim, some are specific to information you know. Are some of the questions the same type of question you would ask other people?
Absolutely. Do you know Tim? Have you seen, I'm sorry, do you know Jay Lee? Have you seen him anytime since July 8th? Those are standard questions that we would ask anybody trying to ascertain any information we can about where Jay Lee is.
Was one of those questions that you would ask, what do you think happened to him?
Absolutely. I think it's a very important question because everybody has a different opinion on, or thought or may know something. And we want to know what that is by asking, what do you think happened to someone? It may point us in a direction that leads us somewhere else. And hopefully that, what we were hoping for is the discovery of Jay Lee.
Did you hear his response to that question?
Yes, based on what you have told me, I'm not going to get it exactly word for word here. Could have went and had casual sex with somebody and they kidnapped him.
Okay. When you were canvassing, did anybody else have a response like that?
No, sir.
Was that significant to you?
Absolutely, it was.
Why?
Looking at that statement after we interviewed Tim, not only at his apartment, but at CID later on, and after we continued with the investigation, I think what happened is Tim described what he did to Jay Lee.
All right. What was that last question?
Do you know if Jay Lee was going to talk to anybody?
And then right after that, you talk about, I think you make a statement about how Jay Lee's car got to Molly Bar Trails.
Yes, sir. Somebody took it over there and we want to find out who that was.
And I think you told him there that Jay Lee didn't take his car to Molly Bar Trails.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what his response was? You may play it.
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. Did he agree with that statement?
He did agree with that statement.
All right. For all intents and purposes, the interaction, interview with you, Brian Baker, and Tim Herrington at his apartment, is that basically it?
Yes, sir.
In its entirety?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, you said you're going to have to go call somebody.
Yes, sir.
Talk to the chief, I think is what you said.
I did.
And he was not aware that you had the search warrant. You told the jury that, is that what you were going to talk about, whether, where to go in the investigation from this point?
Oh, absolutely. It was important to go talk to Tim Herrington and find out what he knew. Again, he could have led us in another direction and that would have been super helpful to us. But based on the information that he gave us, that we knew we could, was not accurate. Going back to, you saw him, he leaves, but he doesn't come back. And he hasn't been to Molly Bar Trails in a few months, but yet we got him running out on July 8th. We decided to move on and execute the search warrant.
All right. And did he ever enlighten you about any of, or give you any assurance that would explain the bits and pieces of evidence that you had already developed in your investigation?
No, sir.
So a decision was made to do what?
Execute the search warrant, detain Tim and take him to the criminal investigation division for further questioning.
All right, mark it. 57.
Rights waiver.
Get as far as you can, Mr. Creekmore, and we'll,
No, I'm-
if you have to take a break on the other matter, we can.
Thank you. Your Honor. Any objection?
We may be ready for a break within anyway.
Hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 57. You recognize that form?
Yes, sir, I do.
What kind of form is that?
It's the Miranda rights form that we use at the Oxford Police Department.
All right, so if you can, just explain what the Miranda warning is, as well as the waiver of rights for the jury.
Yes, so the Miranda warning, we want to inform an individual, such as Tim Herrington, of his right to remain silent. Anything he can, or he says can be used against him in court of law. We want him to understand all of that. He's got the right to an attorney if he can't afford one. The state will provide one for him. We want him to understand this entire top portion right here. And then the waiver of rights down below it is for him. I've read the statement of rights, understand my rights are. I'm willing to make a statement, answer questions. I do not want a lawyer at this time. I understand and know what I am doing. No promises or threats been made to me, and no pressure or coercion of any kind has been used against me. I understand that at any time I can exercise any of the above rights.
Is that standard for investigators to use when they're talking to a suspect?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you make a decision after the interview at the apartment around 12:30 on July 22nd, 2022, to take Mr. Harrington in custody down to CID?
Yes, sir. And then he was presented with this form.
Now, that entire contact between yourself and who else was with you? Ryan Baker?
Detective Baker was, yes.
In the interview room, is that recorded?
Yes, sir, it is.
Was the portion where you went over the Miranda rights and the waiver included in that?
Yes, sir. And you can clearly see Mr. Harrington signed the paper.
All right, and do you recognize that exhibit as does that accurately depict that rights waiver signed by Tim Harrington?
Yes, sir. That is Tim Harrington's signature right there, and that is his printed name. And then below it, the first witness is myself, Shane Fortner. The second one is Ryan Baker, Detective, Oxford Police Department.
State would ask it be received.
All right, any objection? All right, rights waiver will be received is 57.
All right, Your Honor, can we approach just for a second?
You ain't got
You
to
know what,
play.
Your Honor?
You ain't got to play.
I gave it away.
All right, we're gonna take a little break right here, whether need to or not anyway, okay? And that's when you blame on me if you want to, okay?
The argument or request by defendants, motion in limine, or a tenants motion to exclude.
One second.
Maybe let me know everybody.
Okay.
To exclude the conclusion of the custodial.
As I understand it, the defense moved to exclude the invocation of his right to an attorney from the interview. I've granted that. I think it's reversible error not to.
I do have a case to cite to Your Honor, but if you're going to make a decision.
I'm going to exclude when the defense, when the defendant invoked his right. I think we got some U.S. constitutional law that says it's a reversible error, not to, the court's opinion anyway.
I could withdraw, stay with it, and let take a chance on it. But I think I'm obligated to raise it at the appropriate time.
I would just point out, you know,
I'm going to exclude it. I'm going to exclude it anyway.
the way it stands, I think the jury is going to need some sort of explanation that confuse them why it stops the way it does without violating the ruling of the court to play the portion of him invoking his right to counsel.
Is there anything going to be played after that?
No, sir.
That when that stops it, I'll make a statement to the jury that's where the video stops.
Right.
Court made a ruling, that's where the video
For the rules
stops.
of the court. Thank you.
Just for you to stipulate, that would be the end of the pertinent information included in that.
Yes, sir.
I didn't understand that.
You can just stipulate that would be the point of video stops is the end of the pertinent information included in that.
All right, sounds reasonable.
Are we ready now?
Y'all ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead. Let me talk, both of y'all. The jury has advised me that they're having a difficult time understanding the audio and wanting to know if the big screen can be turned around so they could hear better. And I'm going to authorize that. Sorry, guys.
And that's get that. You have a jump drive? All right. Your Honor, if I could have this mark right here.
Okay, so.
All right, so at the conclusion of the interview at Lafayette Place, Tim Herrington's apartment on July 22nd, 2022, you put Mr. Herrington in custody and brought him to CID. That's not at the regular police department, is it?
No, sir, it's at 10 Industrial Park Drive, which is off the Highway 7 South.
You've got an interview room
Yes, sir, we do.
and with recording equipment,
Yes, sir, there's video and audio in that room.
and you went through Mr. Harrington's Miranda warnings and rights waiver.
Yes, we did. And after advising him of all that, he printed his name and signed acknowledging that he wished to speak to us.
And I believe we've already introduced that rights waiver in evidence. Correct. All right. Now, typically when you go over the Miranda warning, what their rights are and the waiver, do you pay attention to sort of their educational level and level of understanding?
Yes, sir. We want to check into that. Given that Mr. Harrington just told me he graduated from Ole Miss, I knew he was a college graduate. His education level should have been where he could understand it. But as I'm advising him of his Miranda warnings, I'm asking him, do you understand this top part? Do you understand this bottom part? And I also told Mr. Harrington, if at any point you understand something, ask me a question. I'll be happy to explain to you because I want him to understand what I'm reading him.
Did he acknowledge that he understood?
Yes, sir.
And did he voluntarily waive those rights?
Yes, sir.
After being brought from his apartment to CID and put into the interview?
Yes, sir. He
All right.
signed the form and printed his name, and we signed as witnesses.
Now, I placed a envelope there. Do you recognize it in the contents?
It says Sheldon or S. Harrington apartment interview.
Do you recognize it?
Yes.
There's a jump drive in there with the evidence sticker, S58. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Have you reviewed the contents of that exhibit?
Yes.
Do they accurately depict the interview at CID between yourself, Ryan Baker, and Tim?
Yes, sir.
All right, Your Honor, the state would ask that this be received into evidence subject to the rule of the court.
Any objection? It'll be admitted. This just going to be on the big screen and not on the small computers.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
This just going to be on the big screen or all screens?
This is going to be on the big screen.
Y'all may have to move then, Mr. O'Ryan. Yeah, make yourself at home there. We might even drag you up a chair.
The one thing I want you to try to remember the entire time we treat everybody fair. If you say, we treat you fair, don't think we did anything wrong, you did good. Okay? Really expect the same. Honesty, I'm teaching you everything, okay? We have questions. We have a lot of stuff we've done over the investigation that started. We have stuff I can deal with you. Okay? But we're gonna share everything that we can that concerns you, okay? And when you're answering these questions, I want you to be open and honest, okay? We want the truth. All right? If you tell 99.9% of the truth, believe it, then still alive, okay? Still a winner today, okay? I told you out there at the apartment when we walked down the stairs, my goal is to bring you down here, and take this later interview, and get you out of here. Okay? It's still my goal, okay? But we need to ask questions, we need to figure out what happened. Understandable? Okay. You're saying crime shows now? I don't have any crime shows. Crime shows, you're saying on TV where they, read people their constitutional warning, how you have to remain silent and all that. Okay. So anytime we bring somebody down here, Tim, like this morning or any other people, we want to make sure they understand the constitutional protection of their too. You agree? It's important, right? When they wrote the thing years ago, we need to make sure everybody understands. Okay? And we want to be fair, we didn't change what they were. Okay? So what we're going to do here today is I'm going to go through your constitutional protection of their to you. Once I've done it, Tim, you do one of three things, okay? You can sign it, answer none of our questions, sign this form, answer some of our questions, or sign the form, answer all of our questions. Does that make sense to you, Tim? Okay. Nothing to trick you up, trick you or anything like that. We're going to be open, honest with you. Fair, like I talked about in the beginning. I thought we were fair at the apartment. We have to do certain things for our day. Is that understandable? You agree? You feel like this is fair so far? Okay. If you have any questions that I can just, I want you to ask, okay? Don't be afraid to ask me. We're going to go through this together, okay? So again, we're at the Oxford Police Department Criminal Investigation Division.
I'm gonna come down. Yeah, no objection. I think, I've never seen this. I think it's important for the court knows what's staying, and it's plenty loud, but that don't mean I can understand it. I'm gonna get closer because in case there's any objections. I won't be able to not have to replay 2 or 3 times. I think the court knows what's being said. I'm asking rule on things. So. Got it here from Lynn. I think I can hear a little better here. Thank you.
I'm trying to adjust this not only front but back.
I understand, and I hear brr, and it's not your fault.
I think it's an air system that's in that building.
Just real quick, Dale. Your first name is what? Sheldon. It's Sheldon Timothy Herrington. The second or third? Second, okay. I get all confused there. Says Junior, okay. What's your date of birth, Mr. Sheldon? I'm okay. All right. What's your date of birth? March 5th. I'm right on the back, okay? March 10th. And what is your phone number?
I'm gonna ask any fees just exclude the statements as to dates of birth and phone numbers, okay?
Just go to,
Okay, any kids? No kids? Okay, all right. So I said, I'm gonna go, I'm gonna read these conversations. Time right now is approximately 1:35 p.m., okay? All right, then, before we ask any questions, Mr. Sanders, right, we have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice, we ask you questions, and then you'll answer your questions. If you're not a lawyer, one will be appointed for you for any questions. If you decide to ask questions outside of law, free, say the right to stop answering anytime, don't say the right to stop answering anytime. Well, you understand how hard it is. Okay, waiver right here at the bottom, you know, I read the statement right, and say, right, I want to make a statement, answer questions, that's I'm a lawyer, I don't understand what I'm doing. No promises, resignation, or pressure force me to have these kids. Pretty much what that means, we teach you, we ain't done anything cool, I'm unusual punishment to you. You understand that? Okay. I'm thinking, hey, I'm gonna sign it, and then we'll get Tim Baker to sign it, okay? All right, then. So, when you your apartment, we asked you, oh, you got what we're saying, say that, okay? And you know that, correct? And you told us that you know him from school, okay? Talk kind of walk me through your daily, knowing your friendship and all that. So is it possible, Tim, what you told us in the apartment was not accurate? I didn't think so, Tim, but that's the reason why.
All right. So, right here, the first question is about the nature of his relationship with Tim Harrington. You confronted him with what?
I wanted to better understand the relationship between Tim and Jay Lee, and Tim tells us it's a deeper relationship. So that led me, based on the previous interview at his apartment, to ask him, Tim, are you being honest with this, or is it the information you told us accurate? And he admitted it was not, which told me he lied about what he said at the apartment.
All right, and what did he tell you at the apartment, the nature of the relationship?
We had acquaintance. There were a few others that he mentioned in there. They were cool. They were students at one time together, I believe, but it wasn't a deeper relationship.
You understand that, Tim? I think it's important that we get that on the table. So it means you don't have a good understanding of what happened here, the whole picture. All right? And I can't tell you story. Okay? When you walk out of here, Tim, out of this room, you can tell anybody anything you want. But in this room, you got the truth. I think that's fair to you. Okay? So tell me about this deeper relationship you and Tim have. I'm gonna tell you how many times have you and Jimmie had sex with intercourse? I'm not sure.
Was that significant to you?
Absolutely. I think it shows a pattern of sexual activity between Tim Harrington and Jay Lee. And again, goes away from what he said in the apartment about just being acquaintances.
And that was consistent with what you knew from the Snapchat messages?
It was consistent, further in the investigation, but it was, yes.
The night you came over, did you have a sexual relationship? Yes. Okay, talk me through this. What happened? And again, you walk out of here and do the other thing you want. I want the truth. The truth is we didn't have it. I'm worried about the guys, guys gonna take this. I worry about guys and girls. We have people sitting here and guys and the animals, okay? I do not care. So what happened when you leave them over to the apartment? Where did that happen? In your apartment? How did you know Jay Lee was coming over? How old you back up? Okay? Again, there. How did you communicate with Jay Lee? What kind of? And now you came over. What did y'all get to talk? Okay, that's all. Now you ask strangers, okay? Can you tell me what are some of the Snapchat handles you have? Okay, can you come to me? You got a great name, right? Yes, sir. Okay, what were some of the ones you had? What's your name? Red.
All right. You're talking about his handles. What is that?
Not well versed in Snapchat, but it's a name that the Snapchat user has, I believe.
If somebody has a nickname, instead of putting their real name, they often use a nickname for a social media handle.
Absolutely. You don't, like he says right there, he's got some real name and then he uses his nickname as well, and his nickname was Red.
And the handle in the Snapchat messaging with Jay Lee that Ben Douglas, when you access that Snapchat account, the relevant messages were from the
Red Eye
Red Eye
24.
so it's just red or is it red or something else? It's like red. I don't really like remember the name, get the name. It's red, but I'm saying like, I know what you got actually. I know. Yeah, I don't know about actually. I know like you know, you got the name and it's like. Jaylee.
Now, your response there was, Tim, you just said it.
You just said it.
What are you referring to?
He just said red eye.
All right. And can you explain that you heard red eye right there?
Mhm.
All right, explain that to the jury.
So when he says red eye, and then he emphasized really strong at the end, trying not to say it. And it's what I figured when I was in the interview, he says red eye, and then he emphasizes the eye part of it at the end to then move forward with his statement.
Yeah, I don't know about actually. I know. Yeah, I know about me, like, anything. What's your name? Oh, red. Red. Sure, so red, is it, so it's just red or is it red or something else? It's like red. I don't really like remember the name, take the name. It's red, but I'm saying like, I don't know.
Is that what you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
He could have been saying red eye, but you heard red eye.
And then he emphasized the eye at the end.
Almost as if he was catching himself.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't know about actually. I know like you know, you got the name and things like that. Okay. Jaylee, come over there. Okay, you want to say you get some more? Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay. He talks a little bit more in detail about their interaction. And then before we get into that, going back to the handles that he used for social media, he was using that handle on what day?
July the 8th,
You know that
2022.
From the records?
Yes.
For a fact.
Yes, sir.
And then here, on July 22nd, he indicates that he can't remember what he was using? Is that
Yes, sir.
correct?
That's what he says.
So you're in the start of this investigation.
Now, comparing that statement with the interview at his apartment, was anything significant there?
Absolutely. So at the apartment, he says, Jay Lee comes over, gives me a gift. We talked for a little bit and left. And this interview here, he says, Jay Lee came over, gave me oral sex. We talked for a little bit and we left. He's saying the same thing.
All right, like they said, let's get the police involved. They put out what they call kill line. You know, come out and call them, hey, I called Jay Lee, people are bad.
All right, now then, at this point, in the investigation, you don't have any records that indicate whether he would have been aware of any of the information made public requesting tips from UPD or the PD.
I don't know that he's aware of it. All I know is there were multiple press releases put out and shared over multiple platforms of social media.
And you're talking about that here because of what? Were you about to?
Oh, because of the tip that came in from Mr. Khalid Fears.
Can you recall, if you know, if you don't show, what day that tip came in?
No, sir.
Was it soon after July 8th?
Oh, yes, sir.
Alabama, you know, man, people calling you tips. One of the tips that come in was interesting. Jay Lee, when he left his apartment, was talking to somebody. That person called in, okay? That person said, told Jay Lee, told that person, hey, I'm going to meet somebody, okay? And I'm going back over to their place, all right? So he's riding with Jay Lee, so they're able to see where he goes. Then Jay Lee comes to Snapchat, okay? All right, you follow that? Okay. So, that was a good tip, okay? So I want to ask you again, okay? When Jay Lee left, okay, this was in the morning of July 8th, you understand? Okay, Jay Lee leaves your apartment. Did Jay Lee come back? Okay, that's true. Okay, all right. And what happens when Jay Lee comes back? He comes back and then, he just has comments about stuff. He makes it. Well,
now, the tip that you shared some information. Did you share that he had said anything about an argument right there on video, or do you need me to back it up?
I don't recall if I said anything about an argument at that time.
Okay. And then right here, when he talks about, you're talking about what?
Oh, Jay Lee going back to the apartment.
Leading him all over the place to having a conversation, suppositions, things of that nature.
Let me hear your question again. What is the topic of conversation right here according to you?
The topic of conversation is whether Jay Lee went back to see Tim Harrington.
And what was his response?
He does.
And what does he say about what Tim Harrington does when Jay Lee comes back?
He gives him oral sex.
Jimmie, can you play that back up a second?
And Jay leaves the apartment. Jay come back. Okay, that's true. Okay, all right. And what happens when Jay comes back? He comes back and then,
What was the exact words he used?
I made it up to him.
All right. Did you talk to him about an argument or anything?
Not at this time.
Well, tell me the second of that. And he left, how did he leave? In school, like he was just like, he thought I really want to do, but I didn't, I don't do. You don't do what? I thought I was there, kind of, like you. So it's kind of, you were kind of duplicating the performance you gave earlier. So when the guy called in, and this is like the phone thing, I think, where you get down, he told the guy on the tips, Jay Lee had told him that he was going back over to see the guy, that he was talking to the same, okay? The guy was gonna do something that he's never done before. So is that what he's talking about? You get the whole thing. He also said that, the guy, and you help me out, okay, you all want to kind of know, okay, we're still digging, but it's better something you said. That I think Jay Lee, and I don't know if he blocked you on Snapchat or if you blocked him in reality. You said something about.
All right. You were talking about information that you had from Fears.
Yes.
And that was in regard to the Snapchat conversation.
Yes.
All right. What he says here about being blocked by Jay Lee, was that consistent with what you found later in the digital records from the phones?
Yes, we did find that Jay Lee did block Tim Harrington, and Tim Harrington reconnected with Jay Lee through another Snap name.
Yeah, there was an argument. What's the argument about? No, he was just I told him that I'm not really like sure. I really wanted to like the world team, so he got it. Because he was upset because he wasn't on the Jimmy or he didn't more. I told him that I have shown to you. You don't do it yet, and he wants you on Snapchat. So how did you read things with him? That's not how I understand. You had to create another, or you had to? I had to hire that. Okay. He reached out to him on which one that time. I don't know. I don't know. I don't And when he come over, you want to stay on the where was that at? In your apartment. Which room? There's 3 rooms. There's a living area and a shoe room. Which room was that? Which one? The door you shut, and then one straight down the wall, right? That's under. It's right. That's the room that you stay in. Who stays in the other one? Okay, so it's just up to your occupied. So Jay Lee comes over, you perform all the on him. It's early 1 hour. So where did he, what happened then? That needs to be
All right, So the topic here is what happened after Jay Lee came back to Tim Harrington's apartment, correct?
Yes, and then with Tim Harrington giving Jay Lee oral sex.
All right. Had you given any information to Tim Harrington about what type of job Jay Lee was at the time, in July of 2022, involved in?
No, we did not.
All right. And what did he say about Jay Lee?
He said Jay Lee had some kind of, I believe, baby thing he had to go do, and then he may have had something, he left and may have to go do something with his job or an internship.
Now, later on, we found out that Jay Lee was actually doing an internship program with CPS, or what we think you and I have always referred to as DHS.
Yes.
Child Protection Service.
So how did you leave him? I was cool, like we just, how did he leave him? Like, it was, I was there walking with you, like, so he left the apartment walking? Yeah, I was walking my friends, how did he walk out of the complex? Right.
Now, earlier, he talked about making it up to Tim Harrington. And then when you're asking him about how did he leave, was his response there have any significance to you?
Oh, absolutely. If he would have told us that Jay Lee went down to his car and left, that would have been very significant to us. But he had trouble formulating an answer on how he left.
And back that up.
How did he leave him? Like, it was, I was there walking with you, like, so he left the apartment walking? Yeah, I was walking my friends, how did he walk out of the complex? Did he leave his car? Right, like, he left that all on my house, he was gone. I was in my car. How do you feel about that? I don't know. So he leaves and you give him all this. And do you have any contact with him at that point? Did you have physical sex with him on Sheldon? After he leaves, did you reach back out to him? Phone call, Snapchat, Instagram, Facebook, I'm sure they'll go all over there, but, Twitter, text back like Ryan, did you reach back out to him any other, on any platform where he had text message show up on? I don't know about it. Okay. If I give you the. Kind of see. Okay.
Now, at that, after July 8th, morning hours, I represent to you that there's already been proof that Jay Lee's social media activity, cell phone activity goes south.
Yes, sir.
Were you able to later learn whether Tim Harrington ever tried to reach out through social media to Jay Lee after early morning hours of July 2022?
We could not find any record of Tim Harrington attempting to contact Jay Lee. But what we did find in the subsequent investigation was he put in Jay Lee and kept searching the name multiple days after July 8th.
Did you leave the apartment after Jay left? Did you go anywhere? I don't have any Walmart. Okay, we go Walmart. But I have nothing. Hey, no, it was when I think I like cake and stuff like this. Cake, what you got? I don't know about like food and stuff. Yes, I got to move in, the decorative box and stuff like that.
Awesome. Now then, right there, you're talking to him about what he did after Jay Lee left the apartment, and he responded with he was going to Walmart. And did he indicate what he bought at Walmart?
Yes, tape and some food, I believe.
All right. Now I'm gonna hand you what State's Exhibit 50. Have you seen that receipt before?
Yes, sir, I have.
And what is that receipt?
This is a receipt from Walmart for duct tape. Item sold, one.
All right, no food. It was just duct tape, right?
Yes, sir.
And I believe he said tape. He didn't say duct tape, right?
He says tape. Yes, sir.
All right. Now, were you able to observe footage of Tim Herrington at the Walmart?
Yes, sir, I was.
And were you able to establish the time of day on July 8th, 2022 that Tim Herrington was at the Walmart?
Yes, we were. And then we also were able to obtain the receipt, July the 8th, 6:49 was when he checked out at Walmart.
What number is it? You ready? All right, we're gonna display on your screen, on the podium system, Exhibit 49.
Got a video?
Yes, sir. It's already been received.
Right. I don't mind.
Now, as sometimes happens, the video system at Walmart, as far as recording the timestamp, was it working properly?
No, it wasn't.
Right, but you do have the receipt. All right, it is consistent. Okay. When you reviewed it, the legacy software system is now working properly. And the time on the receipt, if you don't mind, hit document. July 2022, 6:49.
Yes.
All right, so do you have the, on this exhibit, the car driving in? It's a different color.
It's not gonna be able to. Let me go down. Let's get those and see.
Okay.
See, rooftop, it may be this one here.
All right, do you see the image displayed on your screen?
See a barcode.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
There we go. What about now?
See rooftop Walmart parking lot.
All right, and if you could, why was this camera angle important to the investigation?
Because it shows Tim Harrington's vehicle coming into the parking lot.
All right, what kind of vehicle was Tim Harrington driving at this point?
White Ford Escape.
So we're looking for a white Ford Escape?
Yes, sir.
All right, let us know as we play the video when you see that vehicle.
At this time, that's the vehicle coming in to the, going down the road to the parking spot right here. Beside a white car, appears to be near a buggy, where you put the buggies back.
All right. And who is that? Were you able to identify who that is getting out of the vehicle?
Timothy Harrington.
Now, prior to Tim Harrington checking out, where we have the receipt with timestamp and date stamp on it, was there, just describe for the jury what Tim Harrington did while he was in Walmart.
So Tim Harrington goes in Walmart. I don't recall if he went and picked up the duct tape first or second, but while he's in Walmart, he goes and looks at, I don't know what the gallon size is, but large garbage cans. And he starts looking, these garbage cans would be ones that are in front of a residential home and would be picked up by a garbage truck. Large garbage cans. He's looking at it, examining the garbage can, and even brings an associate over to talk about the garbage can, it appears in the video. And then he moved after looking at those, he moves and goes up front and pays for his duct tape.
Let's find that.
I don't mean to interject, but we kind of got some stuff that's starting to stream over here on the big screen.
Yeah, we got. Looks right at me.
Yeah.
This is it.
Do you see that image displayed on
Yes,
your
sir.
screen? All right, and in that aisle, can you identify the location on your screen where the garbage cans are?
The bottom of the video says AA Electric to TLE Corner, and you can see the garbage cans in the video right beside where it looks like there's a set of double doors.
All right, and as we were playing it, an individual with a white shirt walked into frame at the top middle of the screen.
Yes.
Were you able to identify who that was?
Yes, that's Timothy Harrington.
All right, let's play that. All right, pause there. All right, let's go to here. And then after that, contained on that video exhibit, one of the files on there shows Tim Harrington checking out with
Yes,
the
sir.
duct tape, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. I think it's marked for ID. Angie was been marked as exhibit 59 for ID. Do you recognize that image?
Yes.
Does that image accurately depict a still shot from where Tim Harrington is checking out from Walmart early morning hours of July the 8th, 2022?
Yes, that's Tim Harrington buying a roll of duct tape.
Your Honor, state license to proceed in evidence.
Objection.
Other than previously.
Give me a minute.
Go back later.
We got the Santa Claus playing on the screen there anyway. But y'all bear with me, I'm gonna come back that way, so I can hear. All right.
I believe at this file, in the interview with him here at CID, going back to, I think it's in 56. On exhibit 58 now, for the record. Does he talk a little bit about the business that he has with Tyson King?
He doesn't reference Tyson King specifically, but he does talk about a moving business.
All right, and does he say anything about whether he has anything to do that day involving the moving company?
He does make reference that he had a move later that day.
All right, and now, were you able to later, as part of your investigation, find out anything about the accuracy of that statement?
Yes, we were able to talk to Tyson King, and Tyson King kept a calendar notes of their the jobs that they did, and July 8th was not listed as having a job that day.
All right. Did he ever indicate in the interview what kind of tape he normally uses in the moving company business?
He references the tape. I'm trying to recall. I think he refers to it as clear tape, but it could have been something I said to him as well.
Okay. So to be fair, he didn't say duct tape.
I think he was specifically asked about duct tape, and I don't think he says one way or the other. I don't.
Now then,
How did you purchase your house at Walmart? Cash vehicle? Duct tape or tape that you don't have? Yeah, we use like the big clear tape wrap around it? Yeah, we have, I think it's about so that you wrap around. What kind of tape?
did he describe the tape in more specificity there?
It's the tape that you wrap around boxes.
Yeah, did you drive your car to Walmart?
You're still talking about Walmart. You saw the video portion where he's examining the garbage can. Now, do you know anything about the Fed Place Apartments and whether there's any necessity to have that style? I think you were referencing that earlier.
Yeah, the style that Tim was looking at Walmart was for residential use. Tim lives in an apartment complex at the time, Lafayette Place, and outside of his building was a large trash compactor that he could put his trash into. There was no reason to have a garbage can.
Did you go anywhere else that one? Did you go to a job somewhere early that one? Did you go anywhere else? No, not early. So after Jay Lee left, the only place you went to was Walmart? Yeah, Walmart.
So at this point, after Jay Lee left, he said he goes to Walmart and he didn't go anywhere else. Were you able to find whether that statement was accurate or not?
No, we were, and it was not accurate. He did go somewhere else.
All right. Your Honor. 59
Was
the,
Walmart checkout or checkout at Walmart? Okay. All right, I don't need it. I just make sure my.
all right. I'm going to hand you Exhibit 60. Contains, do you recognize that?
I do.
All right, what is it?
The video from the Chevron, oftentimes referred to as Kokomo Chevron at Jackson Avenue in West Oxford Loop.
All right, have you reviewed the contents of that video?
Yes, sir, I have.
Do they accurately depict video surveillance from the morning of July the 8th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they would ask that this be received.
Hey, bro, just for 1 second. I want to make sure I'm not making other objections I had on this.
All right, if you don't mind, how did you obtain this video? Where did you obtain the video?
We obtained this video from Kokomo Chevron, which is at the intersection of Jackson Avenue and West Oxford Loop, located in Lafayette County.
And what time frame were you looking for?
We were looking from 6:49 a.m. until.
And now, at that time, you had Tim Herrington's car coming into Walmart.
Yes.
Were you looking at that location to see whether that car went by?
Leading questions. I mean, just
Rephrase
asking
your question.
So you were looking for a time frame. Were you looking for a specific car?
Absolutely. We knew Tim Harrington was buying duct tape in Walmart, so we wanted to know once he left Walmart, which way he went. Did he go back towards the Fayette Place down Jackson Avenue to the east, or did he go to the west? So that was very important for us to distinguish because we wanted to know where to go next.
You went down to that station and looked at that time frame looking for that vehicle.
We were looking for Tim Harrington's white Ford Escape.
All right. And were you able to verify that the time of that surveillance was accurate?
Yes, sir, we were.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask that it be received into evidence.
Same objection. I'm gonna find the sufficient indicative viability to allow this in without authenticating witness. 60 will be admitted.
Permission to publish. May I publish?
Yes, yes.
All right, we're going to try to queue it up to the 6:51 a.m. spot.
You got a long way to go at that rate.
657.
See, it's already passed at that time.
Six 51 mark, see the white vehicle that Tim Harrington was driving pass by.
Yes, we ever see the white Ford Escape go by.
And it'll be contained on that video
Yes,
at the 651 mark.
yes.
All right, and then after that, were you able to identify another vehicle associated with Tim Harrington?
Yes, at 6:57, the Tim Harrington and his business partner, Tyson King's box truck, comes back down Jackson Avenue.
And I believe S52 has already been received into evidence, has it not? Already received into evidence?
52,
Yes, sir.
as you admitted, hit your box truck driving in front of a gas station.
Do you recognize that exhibit, exhibit 52?
Yeah, that right there is Tim Harrington and his business partner, Tyson King's box truck.
All right, and in the video at the 657 mark, were you able to identify Tim Harrington or not?
Say it one more time.
On the video, were you able to identify Tim Harrington in that box truck?
Yeah, Tim Harrington went to, his white Ford Escape goes by, leaving Walmart, and then he comes back by in the box truck.
All right. And in the image, were you able to see him?
Yes,
What was the question? Was he able to identify Tim Harrington in the box truck driving by the Kokomo Chevron
yes.
on Jackson and Oxford? So. All right, we're at the 649 mark on the video. Being projected on your screen. Exhibit 60. You see that on your screen?
Yes,
All right, you see the activity at the gas station?
yes. A red car just pulled in to a gas pump, and a white van with something wrote on it is backing up from a gas pump.
Here we're looking for the 651 mark.
Yes, sir.
And what are we going to see?
See a Tim Harrington in his white Ford Escape traveling westbound on Jackson Avenue,
Is there going to be left to right on the screen or right to left?
left to right.
We're at 651. If you will, just alert us when you see that.
There it goes right there, passing West Oxford Loop in the gas station.
All right, same car that pulled into Walmart.
Yes, where,
What did you say about the vehicle that passed by? Speak up if you don't.
oh, the vehicle's passing by the gas station right now. It's in between, if you're looking at the image, the way it's paused on the video right now, it's in between pump 2 and pump 4.
Is that the same vehicle that minutes earlier pulled into the Walmart parking lot?
Yes, and left Walmart parking lot driven by Timothy Harrington.
All right. Now, as this plays forward, if you go to the 657 mark, all right, where is the Lynx apartment?
The Lynx Apartments, you continue driving west on Jackson Avenue, and then you hit an off ramp, and the off ramp's gonna put you on what's known as two different US 278 or Highway 6, as often referred to, and you're gonna go west toward Batesville. So you're gonna pass a gas station in between two gas stations. There's Crystals there, and it's out there. It's a apartment complex on the left-hand side of the road, approximately a mile from this location, maybe a little further.
All right, and did Tyson King keep the box truck at that location?
Tyson King did keep the box truck at that location. He lived at the Links Apartments.
All right, so 7 minutes later on this video, you see the box truck drive by that video surveillance camera?
Yes, the box truck will be coming by going eastbound on Jackson Avenue.
Now, if Tim Herrington drove to pick up that box truck at the Links and got in the truck and drove back by, without any kind of delays in between, with the time frame when we see this car there, headed that way, that direction, be consistent with him driving back in the box truck?
Absolutely. If he went straight to the Links and got the box truck turn and came back, yes, sir, it would.
In that direction, is that heading back toward the Fed Place?
That direction is heading back down Jackson Avenue, and you can get to Lafayette Place that way.
All right, and from the screen that you're looking at, is the box truck going to be coming from right to left?
Right to left, yes. If you'll pause it there, you can actually see it coming off of Highway 6. It's in between the pole and it's in between the poles right above the sign for gas pump 7. If you look directly up from that, you'll see the box truck in the image there. The box truck then makes a left-hand turn, traveling eastbound on Jackson Avenue, and it'll be coming in front of Kokomo Chevron at this time.
Now, when you say you could identify Tim Herrington, you're talking about seeing his car leave and his box truck drive by?
Yes.
Well, tell him what he's talking about. Just ask a question.
I'll sustain the objection. Rephrase the question.
As part of your investigation, who are the only two people that had keys to that box truck?
Timothy Herrington and Tyson King.
Did they have as part of the investigation, whether they had any kind of job to do that day?
No, they did not have a job to do that day, according to Tyson King. Thank you.
Everybody good on here? Then it's only need a break, okay?
We're at the 30-minute, 50-second mark.
Isn't that like runner or else? And I and one. Didn't that? Like, runner, work out all the time? And I go run, so, you run that one? Yeah, you run. I ran around like Highland, like, like, Highland, yeah, like Highland and the airport, like, that's all, yeah. He ran over there. After the whole rush state. I could have like, graduated from, like, how long did that run usually take you? I'm not sure, I think it's about, like, about an hour, I don't know how long. So you ran from, Place, I guess down Anchorage Road? Where'd you go down Jackson Avenue? Oh, down. Yeah, so like old cars and all that, you went to the airport? Right. And then you, where'd you turn around? I went to, like, Holland, I think, I went to, not really, I go to like Holland. I used to work, I wrote back in Holland. I used to do like the car and all that, like, study every morning. So did you run all the way over Island and all the way back to that place? No, I had about three that like, I was running out again, so I was usually, like, I had to be like, right. I honestly don't know, like, this is what I'm saying, I don't know if it'll be the same, but you know, I don't know.
Now, you talked to him about, whether he went anywhere, and he indicated that he had not.
Sure.
What did he say about wasn't out that day?
He said he did go for a run. If I asked him if he was a runner and asked him if he ran that day, he said he did go for a run that morning.
Now we know that, you've got a time frame, from the Kokomo gas station.
Yes, sir.
This car at 6:51, box truck 6:57, correct?
Yes.
Now, the run would have been after that.
Yes, yes.
According to his statement in the interview.
Yes, yes, true. And he's at Molly Bar Trails running out at 7:34.
All right, so you've got video of him pulling out of Molly Bar Trail, or running out of Molly Bar.
Running out.
Trails. At what time?
7:34 a.m.
7:34. All right, so now were you able to take the locations that he mentioned as far as the route that he took on this run and prepare a map?
Yes, we were. We were able to go. The route he said he took was the back way, he called it. So for him to get from Lafayette Place over there, he said he went the back way, which I described as being Anchorage Road, coming out of Old Sardis, going up by the airport, which would have took him down to Old Sardis to McElroy, and then around McElroy to Molly Bar Road, which now we're at the intersection of Molly Bar Road, is Rockets gas station. So then he would have took a left on Molly Bar Road, went up.
Go ahead.
All right, if I can have this marked for ID.
All right, you mark for ID.
All right, so you're very familiar with Oxford area, correct?
Yes, I am. I lived here roughly 12 to 14 years.
And during that 12, 14 years, you've been a police officer, investigator.